2.5 times more money than the Trump campaign in the last days before the election. Politico says reports filed with the Federal Election Commission showed the Clinton war chest has $172 million, while Trump's GOP campaign's got $73 million. Speaking in Ohio, Donald Trump questioned why the election was even being held, saying Democratic nominee Clinton's policies are, quote, so bad.
And just thinking to myself right now, we should just cancel the election and just give it to Trump, right? What are we even having it for?
Trump seized on newly public emails in which longtime Bill Clinton aide Doug Band describes overlapping relationships of the Clintons' global philanthropy and the family's private enrichment. The leaders of the standoff at an Oregon wildlife refuge have been acquitted of the federal charges against them. Ammon Bundy and 6 co-defendants were charged with conspiracy to impede federal employees at the Malheur Wildlife Refuge during a 40-day-long occupation earlier this year. Defense attorney Matt Schindler.
It's a total victory. It's an extraordinary statement of vindication for the right of protest, for the right of people in these forgotten cities to make their voices heard.
Armed demonstrators occupied the refuge in January to protest the jailing of 2 local ranchers. University of Delaware psychology professor Jeffrey Rosen says go ahead and indulge in a Halloween horror movie this weekend for your health. He says our physiological response to fear can be similar to a good workout, burning calories, boosting immunity, and potentially reactivating the fight or flight hormones that help us be prepared for danger.
Watching a movie can burn calories.
I'm up for that. Let's go.
I know how to quickly erase them, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, just grab a beer and some pretzels, maybe some wine and cheese. That way you don't have to worry about operating in a calorie deficit. See what I'm saying?
I like your math.
Have all those snacks right there waiting for you.
Like your math.
Thank you, Ross. At 23 minutes after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. Whether traveling or working remotely, we know your PC is your business headquarters. And when work takes you on the go, you need a laptop that can keep up. Dell's XPS 13 empowers small business owners to collaborate anywhere with incredible battery life and powerful performance. Reduce downtime by 50% and boost productivity with 4 times faster performance when you refresh to new Dell PCs featuring Intel Core processors. Explore the XPS 13 at Dell.com/radio. Everyone knows that business is all about numbers. Consider the numbers the state of Michigan can offer your business, like Michigan being one of America's top 10 states for business. Or 2,000, the number of burdensome regulations Michigan has eliminated in the last 5 years. And 6, Michigan's rank for best entrepreneurial climates, which all adds up to the one state that has all that and more. Michigan. Go to michiganbusiness.org to learn more.
Hey guys, you should never give up on hope, unless that's the name of the girl that cheated on you in college. In that case, yeah, give her up. But if you still cling to those feel-good moments, make sure one of them is Fly By Night with me, Ken Severa, Saturday night at midnight. We're going to have some laughs, renowned guest comedians, and all-around tomfoolery. You may walk by day, but you can now fly by night with me, Ken Severa, Saturday at midnight here on AM 560, The Answer.
Your world is in transition. You and I know that. Some of these transitions we like. Social media, smartphones, the internet. Some of them we don't. Global economics and social beliefs that are in upheaval. In this fast-changing world, you need a trusted friend to turn to. A friend to walk with you and turn transition into transformation. Join me, Steve Beeman, for The Steve Beeman Show with my co-host Carol Parisi, Sunday nights at 8 o'clock on AM 560 The Answer. Let us partner with you and empower you to make it a better week ahead.
Our global and interconnected world impacts the market from more angles than ever before. Learn how to have more control over your investments and make proactive decisions based on market indicators. The show not to miss is Empowered Investing, Strategies for Proactive Investors, tomorrow at noon. Hosted by Joe Lopresti, founder of the Investor Education Institute and veteran investment manager with Arlington Capital Management. Stop following the herd. Learn how to become a smarter investor. Empowered Investing, tomorrow at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, I'm Josh Rosen, the host of Garden Sense. Lawns in cooler climates can be renovated by skipping applications of weed killers. Cut your lawn short. Rake out the weeds and crabgrass with a Cavex rake or a power rake. Sow your grass seed directly into the remaining grass, even with the weeds and the crabgrass still left behind. With the cooler weather, the crabgrass will die on its own. the weeds can be dealt with later. I'm Jos Rosen. Garden Sense is heard every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Well, the President of the United States might be the leader of the free world, but the actual job requirements are surprisingly minimal and has significantly less qualifications than most careers. That's according to a new report from the job site CareerCast.com. Online content editor Kyle Kensing has a look at what some presidents did for work before they were elected to the White House. Kyle, give us a little history lesson.
So obviously our current president, President Obama, everybody knows he worked as a community organizer when he first got started in the mid 80s. And that's actually a job that we track as part of our Jobs Rated report. So it's kind of cool. That was one that we spotlighted there. But going back even further, and some of the more unusual jobs, like one, for example, was Harry Truman was actually a store owner. As a retail manager per our Jobs Rated report, owned a haberdashery after World War I, which, for those who are unfamiliar, think the brick-and-mortar version of Amazon now today.
Okay.
And then, of course, Ronald Reagan being an actor, that one that everybody knows about. And it's also kind of funny when you think of 30 years now since Back to the Future and, of course, Doc Brown saying, "You mean the actor's president now?" So, of course, you got that connection, too.
Right. I did not realize that Herbert Hoover was a geologist. Can you give us a little on that?
Yeah, Herbert Hoover's an interesting one because that's a guy who wore many different hats before getting into politics. And around the turn of the 20th century, he worked extensively in mining, mostly in Oceania and Australia and New Zealand, down in that part of the world. And that's where he amassed quite a bit of wealth, mining for silver primarily. And geologist is one of the jobs that ranks really highly on the Jobs Rated report. Now it's really tied into the energy industry, but for Herbert Hoover, it was primarily mining.
Right. It makes you wonder, like, how these guys ever got interested in politics, right? Here he was, like, in Australia. He's a geologist. Like, how a guy ascends to the White House from that background. Yeah,
it's pretty interesting. Some of the career turns that some of these presidents have made, like Teddy Roosevelt's a great example. Like, how does that guy end up in the White House when you think that he was the former head of the New York Police Commission, and that's one of the jobs that we spotlighted here, his ties to the police force. He was somebody who wasn't even supposed to be president. He was governor of New York. Senator Platt didn't want him in that role anymore, so kind of encouraged him to become vice president against Teddy's will. Unfortunately, President McKinley's assassinated, and then Teddy Roosevelt ends up becoming one of the greatest presidents of all time.
We're speaking with Kyle Kensing, online content editor at CareerCast. They've put together a list called Unusual Jobs Held by U.S. Presidents. All right, what else jumped out here?
Let's see. Well, of course, we had, as I mentioned, the retail manager, and then that one was a failed venture for Harry Truman, and of course, George W. Bush with Arbusto. That didn't end up going so well for him. Then he owned the Texas Rangers for a little bit, was a part owner there. So he was a chief corporate executive, which is one of our most stressful jobs. So I think once he got transitioned to the presidency, having been the head of Arbusto Energy and then the Texas Rangers, he was ready for the rigors of president, I think in a way that you're not going to necessarily see in other lines of work.
Thanks, Kyle. Kyle Kensing, online content editor at CareerCast.com. 30 minutes now after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
You wake up in the morning and you want to know what's going on and what happened while you were asleep. You could grab your smartphone and wade through endless cat videos. Or you could listen to that other radio station, that's talking about last night's ball game.
Winning records for starting pitchers matter anymore.
Or you could turn on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson and get up to speed fast with the latest news, traffic, and weather on AM 560. The Answer.
Fox News Radio, I'm Jack Callahan. GOP vice presidential candidate Mike Pence's campaign plane skidded off a runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport last night. Fox News producer Dan Gallo among the media aboard.
We've had a lot of rough landings where it felt like we landed more than once. When we hit the ground, it felt like we just weren't slowing down, and it felt like the brakes were really jammed on the whole time, the whole distance of the runway.
Nobody was hurt. Donald Trump reassuring supporters at a rally in Northwest Ohio.
I just spoke to our future vice president, and he's okay.
Tex Watson, who helped in the murders of actress Sharon Tate and 6 other people in California in 1969, has been denied parole for a 17th time. A UN rights organization claims that Islamic State fighters have killed 232 people, including civilians, this week in Mosul. Fox News. We report, you decide.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I'm Maria Arnold with your look at traffic on the outbound Edens. Traffic tight approaching Lake Cook. Don't have word of an accident as of yet. On the Kennedy inbound at Division, the entrance ramp is blocked with a crash with injuries. Kennedy express lanes are closed until 5 a.m. It's getting a bit tighter on the outbound Stevenson between County Line Road and Cass. It's about 38 minutes to 355 from Lakeshore Drive. Inbound I-57, the exit to the outbound Bishop Ford is closed with road work till 5 a.m. Good news on northbound Lakeshore Drive at Monroe. Police have just cleared the scene. There was a shooting investigation. Westbound I-90 to Jane Addams, sluggish between Gulf and Meacham with overnight construction. Chicago weather currently 43 degrees and mostly cloudy. Later today, the high 68, sunny and breezy. Tonight, the low 62 and windy. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Are you losing sleep over recent market volatility affecting your hard-earned retirement savings? Let's face it, if you're at or near retirement, you can't afford to lose 40% of your nest egg like so many did in 2008. On one hand, you want safety and guarantee of principal. On the other hand, most people prefer the potential of higher growth by being linked to the market. Now you can have both, principal protection during market downturns and desirable market-linked growth during upturns. This strategy, offered by a highly rated insurance company, also provides a 5% upfront bonus and 10% simple growth for up to 10 years for income. That's right, create your own pension. 5% upfront bonus and 10% simple growth per year for income you can't outlive. For a custom illustration, contact Kelly Financial Services, Inc. at 708-576-8999. 708-576-8999. Guarantees based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Terms of contract apply as well as surrender charges for terminating early. Income value not available for withdrawal.
Knowing the ins and outs when buying and selling a home, obtaining a mortgage, or real estate investing are at your fingertips. Tune in to Market Overdrive with Carla Mina for the information you need, as well as a little fun.
Okay, so you'll pick a city agent for your city property in a suburban...
I would.
Okay.
This is what I would do.
I disagree with you.
Oh, boy. Okay, well, let's have it.
It's all about analytics, and I keep saying this over and over on the show, right? It's about understanding the market.
That's Market Overdrive, Saturdays from 1 p.m. to 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Expert insight, world-class reporting. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us on this Friday, October 28th. Gordon Deal with Rasa Kay, who's filling in for Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines: a plane carrying Mike Pence skidded off a runway in New York. No injuries. Leaked emails refer to the overlap of the Clinton Foundation and their personal and political dealings as Bill Clinton, Inc. New Apple Watch being released today. Cubs and Indians, Game 3 tonight in Chicago. Titans beat the Jags in Thursday Night Football. Comedian Amy Schumer. Oops, nobody cares. And Halloween costumes featuring sports anti-heroes. That list in about 20 minutes. Well, most people can go a day without the internet. But what about a month or longer? It's something most of us never think about because the internet is always there, right? As long as the power is on. But Yahoo Finance writer Rick Newman says maybe we should think about it and pay attention to the sporadic internet outage that hit many parts of the country 1 week ago. Rick, explain.
Well, we just had a pretty interesting and worrisome
kind of a mass internet outage when these denial of service attacks were launched by unknown hackers against, this one node of the internet that no one's ever heard of, but it's a node that happens to control a lot of the traffic that goes to Netflix, Twitter, and a lot of other well-known websites, and it was able to shut those websites down for around 24 hours, or at least significantly interfere with them. And, when the internet goes out for a day on some websites, it's really nothing more than an inconvenience. But if the internet were to go down for a few days or a week or a month and stay down, it would be an enormous problem that I think few of us really grasp the depth of. And just to put it in one context, tons of financial transactions happen over the internet these days. So think about if you have online bill pay, that happens over the internet. If you get your paycheck directly deposited, that goes over the internet to some extent. Even when you make a purchase in a store with a credit card, that goes over the internet a lot of the times, because all the back-end approval and the movement of money now happens over internet lines. It does not happen over phone lines the way it used to. So we've kind of created a new vulnerability based on our reliance on the internet. It's very efficient. It makes it very convenient for us. But if something were to go wrong and the financial system or parts of it were down for, a few days, a week, or a month, you'd have a lot of problems with transactions backing up. You might not even be able to get money out of the bank.
All right. So you sort of tried this a little bit, right? You kind of spent this weekend roughing it. What'd you find out here? Set that up.
Yeah, I did some reporting for my most recent book, which is called Liberty for All. I did some reporting with a group called the New York City Preppers. These are so-called disaster preppers who they just do a lot of research into what happens when all of our modern conveniences fail, and the whole, we lose our ability to rely on the electrical grid and everything that goes with it. Maybe law and order breaks down and you have to fend for yourself to some extent. So some of this is a little fantastical, and people will sort of deride these guys as wackos, but many of them are actually quite pragmatic. And, in the New York area where I live, a lot of these people lived through Hurricane Sandy back in 2012. And that was, if you were in certain areas, that was a complete wipeout where you did lose access to hospitals. You didn't have power for weeks. You really had to get by. And, they just sort of prepare for what if things go crazy for a few weeks or a month. And, you can learn a lot about, things you might want to have on hand in your home. You might want to have access to cash because you do have to think about what if you can't get cash out of the bank. If you live in the suburbs the way I do, you just assume that you'll be able to have a car, which you'll be able to get gasoline for, and you'll be able to drive as far as you have to. You know what? During Hurricane Sandy, you couldn't get gas, because there was the electrical outages were so widespread that gas stations weren't operating. So you couldn't, once you ran out of gas, you couldn't get anywhere. And when you think about the fact that national security experts say our electrical grid, our internet system, all of our types of infrastructure are in the target sites for actual enemies of the United States, or at least rivals such as Russia and China. Not to mention just hacker groups who just want to, kind of wreak chaos. It's not out of the question this kind of thing could happen in the future.
Thanks, Rick. Yahoo Finance writer Rick Newman, who's based in New York. It is 21 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Hey, in the podcast today, the World War II vet who saw the Chicago Cubs last play in a World Series in 1945 is going to the game tonight. Game 3 at Wrigley. You can hear that report on places like Stitcher, iTunes, Google Play, and SoundCloud.
Maybe you're not a numbers guy. Maybe you don't know the difference between pi r squared and pi r round. Doesn't matter. Proving only the Mercedes-Benz Metris Worker cargo van stacks up is a piece of cake. The Metris Worker has 57 cubic feet more cargo volume than the Ford Transit Connect long wheelbase. That's about the size of a New York City apartment these days. And if you want to talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room, you can carry 3 of them in the Metris Worker. With the Ford Transit Connect, the third gorilla walks. The Metris Worker has more capabilities than a Transit Connect, and with a $25,995 starting price, has a low cost of ownership. Ain't math grand? The Mercedes-Benz Metris Worker Cargo, starting at $25,995. See your local dealer or go to mbvans.com. Mercedes-Benz. Vans born to run.
Starting at price refers to base model, mattress worker, cargo van, excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep fee. Comparison based on publicly available vehicle specifications for the 2016 Ford Transit Connect long wheelbase.
If you're familiar with cloud computing, you probably know that Amazon Web Services offers a complete set of secure compute, storage, application, and deployment services that help companies launch and scale their IT infrastructures while lowering costs. But did you know that you're still responsible for protecting your own AWS-based assets, meaning your applications and data, from advanced cyber threats? Protect your AWS with Barracuda Network's advanced firewall solutions. Visit AWS Marketplace or barracuda.com/AWS to learn more.
Whether traveling or working remotely, we know your PC is your business headquarters. And when work takes you on the go, you need a laptop that can keep up. Dell's XPS 13 empowers small business owners to collaborate anywhere with incredible battery life and powerful performance. Reduce downtime by 50% and boost productivity with 4 times faster performance when you refresh to new Dell PCs featuring Intel Core processors. Explore the XPS 13 at Dell.com/radio.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I'm Maria Arnold with your look at traffic. No change on the inbound Kennedy at Division. The entrance ramp remains blocked with an injury accident. And Kennedy Express lanes closed with maintenance till 5 a.m. It's getting worse on the outbound Stevenson. Heavy from the Tri-State to Cass with overnight construction in the 2 left lanes, making it a 38-minute trip out to 355 from Lakeshore Drive. The inbound I-57 exit to the outbound Bishop Ford is closed with roadwork till 5 a.m. Good news on the inbound Bishop Ford. Construction delays have dissipated from Cottage Grove to the Dan Ryan. Good news on northbound Lakeshore Drive. All lanes have reopened at Monroe following police activity. Chicago weather currently 43 degrees and mostly cloudy. Later today, the high 68, sunny and breezy. Tonight, the low 62 and windy. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Be the first to know what's happening and what it means. Join me, Mike Gallagher, this morning at 9 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Glad with us, and a good Friday to you. Beyond the headlines now, this morning's Mike Gavin is here with a look at some of the other stories you'll be talking about this morning.
Good morning. Well, a lot has been made this week about the Super Bowl level prices for tickets to the first World Series game at Wrigley Field since 1945. But at least if you plunk down $2, $5, or $10,000 for a ticket to tonight's Game 3, you'll at least get a seat in the stadium. How would you like to drop over $1,000 for the privilege of watching the game on TV from a bar across the street? Yikes. That's exactly what's happening at some popular Cubs watering holes in the Wrigleyville neighborhood. The most expensive package would appear to be at the HVAC pub, where a reserved table plus food will reportedly cost $1,250. For $250 of that total per person, you get all-you-can-eat pizza and wings, plus beer, wine, and well cocktails from 7 to 11 p.m. The other $1,000 reserves a table, which also includes a bottle of Grey Goose vodka. At John Barleycorn, you can pay $250 for their World Series package, which includes admission, drinks, 1 appetizer, and 1 entree. If you want to sit, you can add a 4-top table for an additional $500.
No, I'll stand.
Yeah, exactly. Deuces and the Diamond Club also have similar deals, and the Cubby Bear on Addison Street is charging $100 just to walk in, which actually sounds like a relative bargain.
Wow.
Just $100.
Wow.
To walk in and stand there.
I lose at those events.
Yeah.
Not that I pay to get in them, but I'd say I would be a loser at these events.
Yeah.
Only because I can't drink enough to justify
right.
that. I can't. I can eat pretty well.
Yeah.
But I'm just a lightweight.
Yeah,
I wouldn't survive all.
Not enough chicken wings in the world to justify spending $1,250. And look, you've been there. I was there just this past summer. It's a great atmosphere, and certainly tonight going to be an unbelievable atmosphere. But I don't have that kind of disposable income for sure.
It does sound like fun though, and these prices, I will say, are probably justified when your team has not been in the World Series in 71 years or won it in 108.
Right. I mean, they will be crowded. Let's put it that way. No matter what, they will be crowded.
Yes.
So they're justified. It's supply and demand, right?
Yep. Listen, it could be always once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Right, for some folks. So I if you're going to lay out that money, I have no issues with it. This is one of those situations, right, if you love sports.
Exactly. And Gordon, at first it was the yellow dress or blue dress that had people arguing on the internet last year. But this week there are 2 new optical illusions that have people doing double and triple takes. The first one involves a pair of legs, which at first appear to be covered in water or oil to make them look very shiny. However, when somebody tells you that the legs might just be streaked in white paint, you'll never see these supposedly shiny legs ever again. The other picture freaking people out this week is one of a crying toddler standing next to a fake crying Bill Murray. Or is it Tom Hanks? It certainly looks like it could be Hanks, but the owner of the pic assures us that it's Murray, even if some still don't believe it.
Wow. All right, so I'm looking at that one right now.
Yeah.
I can see where there'd be a Hanks resemblance.
It could be either one.
But it's definitely Murray.
Yeah, Murray. But the legs one is freaky because at first it really looks like those are shiny, oiled-up legs.
Right.
And then someone says, oh, boy, no, that's actually white paint. And you're like, oh, wow, that is white paint. And then the streak just disappears.
You can't
and
unsee.
You can't unsee the white paint after that.
Thanks for freaking us all out, Mike. It's 13 minutes now in front of the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
When it comes to commercial vehicles, it's time to drill down to the details. If you're not driving the new Sprinter Worker from Mercedes-Benz, your van just isn't cutting it. The Sprinter Worker takes payload up a notch, carrying up to 3,512 pounds. Its cargo volume is cranked up too, with over 300 cubic feet of space. When it comes to safety, it's unmatched, but it's the price that'll really hammer it home. The new Sprinter Worker starts at just $32,495. It also has a service interval of up to 20,000 miles and the highest residual value in its class, according to ALG. Put that in your pipe and weld it. Huge capacity, small price, starting at just $32,495. The all-new Sprinter Worker, starting at only $32,495. Mercedes-Benz, vans born to run.
MSRP for a 2016 Sprinter Worker excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Are you like me and you want both the World Series and the presidential election to go on forever?
No. We're back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer.
Long on information, short on exaggeration. You're listening to America's First News. This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. Time now for a health and wellness update, and it's brought to you by Rite Aid. Get your flu shot at Rite Aid today. Free with most insurance plans. Age restrictions apply in some states. See your Rite Aid pharmacist for details. Another home remedy bites the dust. A new study says cranberry juice does not help urinary tract infections. The acidity of the cranberry is believed to change the pH balance of the urinary tract and bladder to keep an infection from developing. But researchers have found that nursing home residents who took high-potency cranberry capsules did not have fewer episodes of urinary tract infection than those taking a placebo. The good news, you can now save the cranberry juice for your vodka. This portion of the program, speaking of alcohol, is brought to you by Cameron Hughes. No more worrying about what wine to pick or if it'll be any good, whether or not you're overpaying. Once you try Cameron Hughes, you'll never want to buy from anyone else. His wines deliver on taste, quality, and value. Now, you've heard me talk about Cameron Hughes before, and his wines continue to be top-notch. Why drink wine you think might be nice because of the price or the label? Cameron's wines are perfect for any occasion, including tonight's pizza night, right? The price is right, quality is guaranteed. Now, Cameron Hughes doesn't typically offer discounts because his prices are already 40 to 80% less than retail. But there's a great offer right now. Order 3 bottles, and you'll get free shipping on your order, plus a free sommelier corkscrew. It's a great way to try wines that are already up to 80% off. The only way to get free shipping and your free sommelier corkscrew on your first order is to go to chwine.com, like Cameron Hughes. chwine.com. Shop for your bottles, then enter my code DEAL at checkout. It's a limited time offer, so don't wait. Again, chwine.com with the code DEAL. It's 8 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning. Rasa Kay is back with more of America's First News.
Gordon, a bumpy landing last night for the plane carrying Republican VP nominee Mike Pence to New York. It slid off a rain-soaked runway onto the grass at LaGuardia Airport. There were no injuries. Donald Trump briefly addressed the incident at a rally in Geneva, Ohio, saying Pence had been in grave, grave danger. Hillary Clinton tweeted she was glad to hear Pence and the other passengers were safe. President Obama will be stumping for Clinton in the swing state of Florida today, but First Lady Michelle wowed the crowds while at Clinton's side in North Carolina yesterday.
It takes a level of generosity of spirit to do what Hillary has done in her career, in her life, for our family, for this nation.
Donald Trump spent the day talking about what he thinks Clinton's been doing for herself and her family, accusing Clinton of putting the office of Secretary of State up for sale.
She lives the high life at your expense, making money off the rigged system, and it is a rigged system. Are you starting to agree with me about the rigged system?
Trump starts the day in New Hampshire before heading to Maine and Iowa. Clinton also in Iowa today. The Justice Department cracked down on a scam involving India-based call centers where agents impersonated IRS, immigration, and other federal officials and demanded payments for non-existent debts. The scam targeted at least 15,000 people who lost more than $300 million over the last 3 years. 20 people arrested in the U.S., while the department is seeking extradition for scammers in India. Ex-Penn State assistant coach Mike McQuarrie is getting more than $7 million in damages from the school. A jury ruled in favor of McQuarrie in his defamation case. McQuarrie claimed the school threw him under the bus after he reported seeing Jerry Sandusky sexually abusing a young boy. A judge will now make a decision about McQuarrie's claim he was also wrongfully terminated. A global study of drinking habits shows women have all but caught up with men at knocking back the booze. The team at the University of New South Wales in Australia suggests women's increased alcohol intake has been influenced by its availability, changing societal roles, and heavy marketing to young women.
Let me be the first, Rasa, to welcome you to the party.
Chin chin.
It's been a long time without you guys. 6 minutes now in front of the hour.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need a ton of supplies for my business, but I hate spending all that money.
Well, it's a great time to stock up and save during Staples' Buy More, Save More event.
Buy More, Save More event?
Yep, the more you buy, the more you save on everything for your office.
Everything? Like pens and folders?
Yep.
I also need paper, file folders, storage bins, notepads, hand sanitizer, bubble roll. What else do I need?
A shopping cart. You will definitely need a cart for all this stuff.
The Buy More, Save More event, right now at Staples. Make more happen. In store only.
Whether traveling or working remotely, we know your PC is your business headquarters. And when work takes you on the go, you need a laptop that can keep up. Dell's XPS 13 empowers small business owners to collaborate anywhere with incredible battery life and powerful performance. Reduce downtime by 50% and boost productivity with 4 times faster performance when you refresh to new Dell PCs featuring Intel Core processors. Explore the XPS 13 at Dell.com/radio.
Are you worried how the election, global events, and the current economy might affect your retirement? Listen to Grow My Retirement, Saturdays at 2 with Bill Geiger, Chicago's retirement planning advisor. Bill helps you translate complex retirement issues into easy-to-understand steps to help you create a retirement income you can't outlive.
The important thing of this show is not when the next downturn is coming, but to have your portfolio and your retirement plan ready for it.
Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger, Saturday at 2 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, kids, the campfire's out. Let's hit the road.
Dad, the fire's not out. It's still smoking.
No, close enough.
Come on, Dad, do your homework. If it's too hot to touch, then it's too hot to leave.
I knew that.
You're never too young to get your smoky on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Experts used to talk about first impressions for a business or ministry, pointing to the entry or smiling greeters. But today, it's all about how your website appears on a visitor's smartphone or tablet. That means a website or app from Fortress Consulting Group is one of the most important investments you can make. Are you making a good first impression? Visit FortressConsultingGroup.com to see how they can help you manage your digital presence to keep you relevant. Fortress Consulting Group's name is based on Psalm 62:6, where David writes, "God is my rock and my salvation. He is my fortress. I shall not be shaken." This is a daily reminder that our stability and strength is only found in the Lord, as He provides opportunities to serve ministries and businesses just like yours. Don't let a tired website hide your light. Make a great first impression, grow your impact, and realize powerful results with a website from FortressConsultingGroup.com. That's FortressConsultingGroup.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. The Wall Street Journal is out with last-minute Halloween costume ideas inspired by the low moments and anti-heroes from the year in sports. First one, Draymond Green and Steven Adams. This two-child costume captures a moment in the Western Conference Finals when Golden State forward Draymond Green appeared to kick Oklahoma City center Steven Adams in the nether regions. Basketball uniforms and facial hair suggested. Also, the Olympic green pool. Remember the collective yuck across the globe for that? This costume requires extensive setup, and the Journal says your child will no doubt be uncomfortable walking around the entire night in a giant cardboard cutout. Another one, Ryan Lochte and the Brazilian police. You can use your own imagination there. Finally, the Chris Sale costume. In July, the White Sox pitcher and his teammates were scheduled to wear throwback uniforms that he thought were uncomfortable, so he got a pair of scissors and cut up all the jerseys, resulting in a suspension. As the Journal says, giant scissors are the key for this look. For Rasa K, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey guys, if you are swimming in slapstick, saving your best joke for the right time, or if you deliver with drollery and laugh like a lout, then it's time for you to fly by night with me, Ken Severa. Join me Saturday night at midnight for the last remaining true art form of laughter and comedy, featuring some of the country's most fascinating guests. Inflate your reality and laugh until you're nauseous on Fly by Night Saturday night at midnight on AM 560, The Answer.
Check it out, it's the Terminator. Hey, when'd you get back, huh?
Did you have to shoot anyone?
Why are you so distant? Are you not happy to see me?
So what's the deal? You gonna get a job now or what?
Why are you being so jumpy? Put all that stuff behind you, okay?
No one knows what it's like to come back from Iraq or Afghanistan unless they were there. Join other veterans at communityofveterans.org because we know where you're coming from. Brought to you by Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America and the Ad Council.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The plane carrying Donald Trump's running mate skins off the runway.
We just weren't slowing down, and it felt like the brakes were really jammed on.
Fox producer Dan Gallo. The plane just kept on going last night.
The plane ended up in the arrestor bed at the end of the runway.
Port Authority Executive Director Pat Foy, it ended up on the grass. Pence and everyone else on board are fine. Most flights to and from LaGuardia in New York are listed as on time, but with one runway closed, travelers are advised to keep checking their flight status. Pence did miss a Republican fundraiser, but will campaign in Pennsylvania and North Carolina today. Trump will hit 3 more states after crisscrossing Ohio.
75% of the American people think our country is on the wrong track. Who are the other 25, just out of curiosity? Who are the 25%?
As Trump also again calls his rival corrupt over WikiLeaks revelations of hacked Clinton campaign emails purporting to show Clinton Foundation fundraisers steered personal business to former President Bill Clinton, netting him millions of dollars personally.
At one point during a rally in Toledo, Trump suggested Hillary Clinton would be so bad for the country that they should just go ahead and cancel the election and give it to him. Later today, Trump will crisscross the country for campaign events in Maine, New Hampshire, and Iowa, several swing states he's hoping to pick up on November 8th.
Clinton also campaigned in Iowa after First Lady Michelle Obama joined her in North Carolina attacking Trump.
One candidate has a vision that's grounded in hopelessness and despair.
They're warring again for control of the Syrian city of Aleppo. Rebels have begun an offensive to break a government siege of areas the opposition controls. Warplanes have been heard flying overhead. The Russians had stopped airstrikes around Aleppo, urging the rebels to flee. Johnson & Johnson promises to appeal a more than $70 million verdict in a California woman's lawsuit alleging that years of using the company's baby powder caused her cancer. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
43 degrees. It's 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. World Series played tonight at Wrigley Field for the first time since 1945. The Cubs will host Game 3 of the Fall Classic. The Northsiders will send Kyle Hendricks to the mound. Hendricks on the advantages of pitching at home.
I don't know if we can consciously take advantage of it, but definitely we're going to be more comfortable in the conditions and being here at home, obviously. And I think they may be a little uncomfortable not being here in a while. Other than that, whether the wind's blowing out or in, it's going to be the same game plan for me.
The best of 7 set tied at 1 game each. Outfielder Kyle Schwarber will not be in the starting lineup for the 3 World Series games. Played in Chicago. He was denied medical clearance to play in the outfield.
Unfortunately, Kyle has not been medically cleared to play the field, so he will not be in the lineup the next 3 games.
Team president Theo Epstein. The Indians taking on the Cubs. That's a hot ticket, but it's easy to get burned with a bad one if you're not careful.
Counterfeiters have become very, very sophisticated. They're just like the dollar bills. They have hidden decals. They have hidden signals as to what's genuine and what's not. I don't know if you're just an untrained layman that you'd be able to detect it.
Miami attorney James Samataro, representing the NFL in its effort to crack down on fraudulent tickets, is warning Chicago residents not to be duped. The World Series is hardly the only historic contest preoccupying the owners of the Cubs. Members of the Ricketts family are also big players in the political arena, hosting high-dollar fundraisers and donating millions. But while everyone in the family rallies around the Cubs, when it comes to political causes, there are divisions. One of the adult children, Laura Ricketts, is a top Democrat donor, a superdelegate for Hillary Clinton. Her brother, Pete, is the Republican governor of Nebraska and a Trump supporter. Some Chicago aldermen just can't let it go. Days after an ethics board said councilmen can't accept the Cubs' offer for World Series tickets at face value, several are complaining at budget hearings for the cash-strapped city that they shouldn't be shut out. Among them, Alderwoman Millie Santiago says she's just a poor alderman. Can't afford pricey resale market tickets. Alderman Mike Zalewski also says it's unfair to be excluded just because he's an alderman. Republican U.S. Senator Mark Kirk and Democrat Tammy Duckworth made one of their final pitches to voters in their first televised debate for one of the Senate seats that could determine control of the chamber. Last night, the Republican raised some eyebrows, questioning the military service of his Democratic opponent's parents.
I'd forgotten that your parents came all the way from Thailand to serve George Washington.
First-term senator from Highland Park is seen as one of the Senate's most endangered Republican incumbents. Democrats consider Duckworth's success on Election Day one of the keys to a long-shot bid to trying to reclaim a majority in that chamber. Boston fell to the Bulls last night, 105-99. What a return to Chicago for Dwayne Wade, 22 points and a dagger with just a few seconds left on the clock in a triumphant Chicago debut. The news, a service of Cabela's. Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Save 40% on select camo rain gear. Spend $100 in-store and get $25 in Cabela Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
5:07. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. We'll start with Ground Zero, Jim Telemonte. Problems all over the city, but Wrigley Field certainly not a easy spot to be this morning.
Yes, and it's going to be a very difficult spot to get to this weekend. There are all kinds of parking restrictions, and arterial streets are blocked off now around the ballpark. So avoid that area if at all possible. And if you're going to the game, seek an alternate way to get there because it's going to be quite a mess. Right now, the outbound Stevenson has delays. LaGrange Road to the Tri-State with a crash in the center lane. Some earlier road work at Cass has cleared, so things are better there. Northbound I-55 Bluff Road, there's a crash reported. Outbound ride at 87th, stall in the left lane. Traffic is a service of Target. Here's a scary good Target deal just in time for Halloween. Through the 31st, get $2 off when you buy 2 14-ounce bags of candy. Get the coupon at your local Target store. Restrictions may apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Clouds and sun today with wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour for the afternoon, high 66. Still breezy tonight with clouds increasing, gusts up to 30 miles per hour with a low tonight 62. Another breezy day tomorrow with sun and clouds, high 73. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
It's chilly out there this morning, 39 at O'Hare and 44 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, did I mean, does anything work around here today? Honestly, microphone drop here.
Yeah. So, are you going to the game tonight?
No, I'm not going to the game. We'll get to the game.
All right.
I have more pressing business. Senator.
Okay.
Senator Breaux with no hoe.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that actually.
Is he going to be Senator Breaux with no Senate seat come November 9th? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636DA, turnkey.pro. Text line, yeah, Mark Kirk had one of those moments in the debate last night in Springfield that a lot of people predicted he was going to have.
You can't take it back.
This is funny to me. It's not funny.
It's sad.
It's interesting to me because this was the conversation in the run-up to the primary election about Mark Kirk. Less so like the capacity to do the job, as the Tribune opined in their editorial endorsement of Tammy Duckworth, but more so what we've discussed before, what you've mentioned, if you're around Mark Kirk for any extended period of time, the lack of a filter.
Mm-hmm. And that comes with a stroke. It just does.
And we've seen instances of that. I just referenced one, Breaux with no hoe, talking about Lindsey Graham.
But last night, he took it to a whole new level. CNN described it as the biggest wow moment ever for Senate debates.
Okay.
And then that piqued my interest, and it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was uncomfortable to watch.
Well, enough describing it. Here it is. Listen for yourself.
You know, my family has served this nation in uniform, going back to the Revolution. I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. I've bled for this nation, but I still want to be there in the Senate when the drums of war sound, because people are quick to sound the drums of war, and I want to be there to say, this is what it costs, this is what you're asking us to do, and if that's the case, I'll go. Families like mine are the ones that bleed first. But let's make sure the American people understand what we are engaging in, and let's hold our allies accountable, because we can't do it all.
Senator Kirk, 30 seconds to rebut.
I had forgotten that your parents came all the way from Thailand to serve George Washington.
He only needed 5 seconds to rebut, it turned out. And then there was awkward silence. And then the moderator quickly jumped in and said, Bernie Schoenberg, you have the next question for Congressman Duckworth. I forgot your daughter, or I forgot your
mother's
family came over from Thailand.
Well, she was born in Thailand
to serve George Washington.
Her mother's from China, but her dad is a veteran and from the United States.
So,
that's just
she made a reference to daughters of the American Revolution.
Yeah, she's a Dar. I'm a Dar too. People are Dars. It happens. You can trace your roots back to that.
Right, and so her American father traces his roots back to the American Revolution. So this was received interestingly, including. Hoist my own petard much, Senator Kirk? Donald Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway tweeted, the same Mark Kirk that unendorsed his party's presidential nominee and called him out in paid ads, gotcha. Good luck. No love lost, nor should there be. Want to make your case for voting for Mark Kirk again there?
Well, the only way I see this is you're voting for the party, not the person. And I know I've said that before, but there's 4 Senate seats that might turn Democratic, and his is probably going to be one of them.
So control of the Senate is the argument. That's the only argument you can really make.
It's the only one I have.
Yes, I understand. You don't have a lot of arrows in your quiver. I totally get it with Kirk. Just a reminder, and why I've said I'm not voting for Mark Kirk. I'm going to skip that race. It's not just that moment, which speaks to
so embarrassing.
Yeah, all kinds of pathologies, but it's his record. Like am I saying? I'm not getting into the going to the place the Tribune went in terms of his intellectual capacity after the stroke, from which he has substantially recovered, and considering the severity of the stroke as well. But an F rating from the NRA, which he waves around like a flag. As Kellyanne Conway points out, unendorsing the nominee and running against Trump because you're trying to pander to the left, run to the left of Tammy Duckworth. Good luck with that. Supporter of cap and trade, carbon tax, big government left agenda. Planned Parenthood after the David Daleiden videos documenting their illegal trafficking in baby body parts. Not only is he still in the camp, leading the charge to make sure they still get $500 million of our money. $1 billion organization that mainly funds itself outside of taxpayer funds through the provision of abortions. Voted against opportunity scholarships for poor black children in Washington, D.C. to give them the same choices that, the political elites' children, or the political elites have for their children when it comes to schooling. Those are just 5 off the top of my head. I could go on. And so tell me again about what I'm getting with Mark Kirk that would
be different than Tammy Duckworth.
I mean, other than an R&D and the balance of power. And by the way, for those who fall in line, we want to make sure we keep Mitch McConnell as the Senate Majority Leader. Ooh, that's a tough argument as well. I understand.
You mean no chin? I'm a senator and I have no chin.
I understand it's better than
Harry Reid.
Harry Reid. I understand it's better than Chuck Schumer. I understand it's better than Dick Durbin, and I want Republicans to keep the Senate majority. But when they do keep the Senate majority, one of their members will not be Mark Kirk.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Tonight's a big night. And here's the forecast for Game 3 of the World Series. It's going to be mostly cloudy today, some sun, but it's going to heat up later in the afternoon, believe it or not. And by game time, it's going to be 66 degrees. But the big news is wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour, but wind will be blowing out. So it should be an exciting game. Saturday, breezy and warm with times of sun and clouds, a high of 73. And on Sunday, back down we go. Mostly cloudy, cooler, a high of just 56 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Outbound Stevenson, stop and go LaGrange Road to the Tri-State with a crash in the center lane. You've got about a 5-minute delay. Northbound, farther south at Bluff Road, there's a crash in the left lane. Eastbound Adams Tollway at Higgins in the Hoffman Estates area, there's a stall in the right lane. As traffic builds for the rush now around Wrigley Field, if you think you're just going to shoot by and get a glimpse of it, during the World Series, think twice. Streets are closed all around Wrigley Field, the area bordered by Irving Park to the north, Belmont to the south, and then east and west, Southport to Holston. This is all going to be blocked off, street parking bans, so good luck getting around that area. And you'll have major closures in Grant Park and around the south side with the hot chocolate run on Sunday morning. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word trial to 303030 and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text trial to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text trial to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP, and if you're one of the first 100 callers, you can try Transcend risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-2199. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. To guarantee your 10-day in-home trial, you must be one of the first 100 callers to call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-2199. Again, that's 1-800-400-2199.
AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Amy, some news on the Cubs.
Yeah.
You got what, Boxy? You got the $25,000 seats
you know,
tonight?
I ponied that up. I took out a second mortgage on my house to buy some tickets. Actually, I have some good news. I might be going to tonight's game.
Oh, really?
Because I have some neighbors who are not greedy, who respect a true Cub fan, and might just sell it to me for face value. Do you know what face value is? It's about $200, but the seats that they have, they're $175.
Keep sucking up.
Well, I'm not keep sucking up.
You keep
But
sucking
also,
up
I
to
want
those
show you
neighbors.
this. See this placard? We all get them if you live in Wrigleyville. Guess how much these bad boys are going for? Guess.
$1 million.
Wrong, damn prop. $200. I mean, what? People are so greedy. It's
That's only a 4X to park. I mean, it's a 50X to get a ticket.
I know, but I'm just saying I don't like how everybody's become so greedy and they're selling standing room only seats for $3,000. I mean, rah capitalism, but still, it's just
the market will
charging $200 to get into certain bars, to watch the game.
Look,
and
as long as the aldermen don't get charged anything more than face value for anything, if at all, then I'm happy.
And now we have parking closures, so you have to move your cars from the street. My street's not affected, thank God. So I already put out my chair when I left this morning to mark my spot on the street that I live.
Excuse me, Tiny Dancer does not recognize the DIB system.
Well, it's dibs come early without snow because of what's going on this weekend. But I want you to know that Ronnie Woo Woo does not have a ticket to any of the games. No, it's not appropriate. He's been going to games since 1947. He's the unofficial mascot for the Chicago Cubs. He went to Cleveland.
Isn't he like a self-appointed mascot in addition to being the unofficial?
Well, whatever. But he drove to Cleveland with his gal pal, his friend.
Oh, boy.
And they tried to get in there and they couldn't get in because the prices were so high. And now he's this morning, he's in front of Wrigley with his walker because he broke his femur bone. So he's disabled right now. And I'm
the Ronnie Woo Woo tale of woe.
We should start a GoFundMe page. He's got to get him to one of those games.
Has he ever paid for a ticket?
Probably not.
Right.
But people are kind and give him, they're like, here, I got an extra one. Come on in, Ronnie.
I'll tell you what, I got an idea.
What? I'm not.
Your tickets.
No.
Be the change you wish to see in the world.
Is this on?
Yes,
I can't hear.
Right.
Did you say something?
Yeah.
I know.
Somebody should do something for Ronnie Woo Woo. Not me. No. Not me. Somebody. Yeah.
I think we should have him on the show. He's a great guy, and he's not a drunk. He's sober. He's
Ronnie Woo Woo, he's not a drunk. Did anyone accuse him of being... What is the odd thing to say?
I don't know why I said that.
Ronnie Woo Woo, he doesn't rob banks. Nobody said that he did, so that's a little curious.
His birthday's on Halloween, so it would be a great birthday gift if somebody could let him in the game. I mean, really. How could we have a Cub World Series game and Ronnie Woo Woo be sitting at the corner of Clark and Addison?
I'll tell you what, he could switch out with Kyle Schwarber because Schwarber can't play.
I know. I'm sorry, sir. You can't play.
Yeah, I mean, he can pinch hit, of course.
Right. He probably will pinch
Not
hit.
cleared to play in the field, Schwarber, so that's an important bat out of the Cubs lineup.
Well, you think that's going to make a difference?
I do.
Well, Hendricks is pitching, and so is this Tomlin guy. And Tomlin, his dad had some rare emergency spinal surgery, so his dad missed watching his son play in the World Series in Cleveland, so he's coming to tonight's game. Heartbreaking story there.
Yeah, I mean, boy,
do you want a tissue?
The modeling stories that you're bringing out, Ronnie Woo Woo, Josh Tomlin's dad.
I know a lot of people are coming in from Michigan, the Netherlands.
Michigan and the Netherlands.
Michigan? Well, you say Holland, and people say, oh, Holland, Michigan. No, Amsterdam. They're flying in from Amsterdam.
With their tulips and their wooden shoes.
Yep, and their windmills. Arizona, Wisconsin, a bunch of people are, but don't even think about parking anywhere near Wrigley Field. The shop's closed. It's done. Barricades are up. Take your business elsewhere. Good luck getting in.
I did want to note this. Stratomatic did a...
Stratomatic? Is that a new cleaning product?
No.
Get your Stratomatic now.
And you call yourself a baseball fan. That's funny.
What's Stratomatic?
Stratomatic. Why don't you look it up?
Why Why don't you go look that up on the little hot box here, huh?
Stratomatic
Common spelling?
did a 2016 World Series simulation because it's what they do. It's like the
baseball Stratomatic.
The forerunner of fantasy sports, and they do
This
these
sounds like-
simulations. They play it out statistically.
Gambling.
No.
No, it's
no,
not
no,
gambling.
no.
Doesn't it help gamblers? Dan?
You could use it. According to Stratomatic, Baseball Daily they played out the World Series this year.
Yeah.
Just like they did last year. And their Baseball Daily, just to kind of credentialize Stratomatic, if those who are interested in sports and
In the statistics behind
odds and so forth.
So what you're saying is gambling. Before you place your bets, you should go to Stratomatic, is what I'm hearing you say.
Baseball Daily is able to reflect hot and cold streaks in each team's players throughout the postseason. So,
good. What do you have?
Andrew Miller's dominance in Game 1, Javier Baez's recent scorching hitting streak, Ben Zobrist, too, who's like 6 for 8, something crazy so far, are all accounted for in the simulation. Game 1, they had Cleveland winning 4-0. Cleveland won
6-0.
Right.
Or as Emmanuel says, 6-0.
Right. Another big baseball fan. Game 2, they had the Cubs winning 11-2.
Oh,
They
only
won
won 5-1.
Game 3, they have Cleveland tonight. They have Cleveland winning 1-0.
Really?
Game 4.
Did they factor in the wind blowing out? But
Yeah, they've got it all. They factored in. They even factored in the parking situation.
Oh, okay.
They have everything factored in.
What about Ronnie Woo Woo? Okay.
They have Ronnie Woo Woo factored in with the injured leg. Game 4, they have Cleveland winning 4-3 in 10 innings. Very specific.
10 innings.
Game 5, they have Chicago winning 2-0. And Game 6, they have Cleveland winning 7-2 for a Cleveland World Series victory in 6 games, just like this talk show commentator predicted. So do you think it's possible? And we'll take your calls on this. I think the answer is obvious, but if anybody wants to disagree. Do you think it's possible that both Stratomatic and I could be wrong?
312-642-5600.
It doesn't seem likely, does it? It does not seem likely. You're a little nervous.
I am a little nervous. I'm predicting we're going to win the next 3 games straight.
That is
World Series
wow.
Championship Sunday night, Monday morning. On this program, we are going to be talking about the Cubs winning their first World Series in 108 years.
Wow, that's a throwdown.
It is. That's what's going to happen.
Wow.
Because it has to happen.
Because?
Well, it's always personal reasons.
Because after those 3 home games, then what do you really care? You've got your parking spot money.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Tom Bodette, I got a tease for you. Ready for this? Brain teaser.
All right.
And for you in the listening audience, too. We'll let you join in with us. For the rest of the season, who do you think will win more games and why? The Cubs or the Bears? Huh? That's a tough call. And we'll take your calls after Mike Scott's newscast.
43 degrees, cloudy skies at 5:31 this morning. Travelers may see delays after a plane carrying vice presidential candidate Mike Pence skidded off the runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Pat Foy is with the Port Authority.
Happily, there were no injuries. There were 37 passengers and 11 crew on the plane, including Governor Pence.
And GOP nominee Donald Trump glad everyone is safe after that plane skidded off the runway in New York.
The plane skidded off the runway and was pretty close to grave danger. But I just spoke to Mike Pence, and he's fine. He got out. Everybody's fine.
The plane has since been removed. The Port Authority is asking travelers to check with their airline about delays and residual delays that are rippling across the country this morning. Donald Trump campaigning in New Hampshire, Maine, and Iowa. Hillary Clinton will be in Iowa as well, in Cedar Rapids and Des Moines. The leaders of the standoff at an Oregon wildlife refuge earlier this year are found not guilty of federal charges. Eamon Bundy and 6 co-defendants were charged with conspiracy. North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory is reporting more deaths in the aftermath of Hurricane Matthew. That brings the total number of 28. Johnson & Johnson promising to appeal a more than $70 million verdict in a California woman's lawsuit alleging that years of using the company's baby powder caused her cancer. There is a rebel assault today on the government siege of opposition-held areas in the Syrian city of Aleppo, the focal point of a 6-year war in Syria. World Series played tonight at Wrigley Field for the first time since 1945. Cubs hosting the Indians in Game 3, and the Northsiders will send Kyle Hendricks to the bump.
I don't know if we can consciously take advantage of it, but definitely we're going to be more comfortable in the conditions and being here at home, obviously. And I think they may be a little uncomfortable not being here in a while. Other than that, whether the wind's blowing out or in, it's going to be the same game plan for me.
The wind will be blowing out at up to 40 miles an hour tonight. A man in prison for 12 years for the murder of an off-duty Cook County jail officer is free after a judge dismissed the case against him. Bernard Mims was released yesterday from the Pontiac Correctional Center. And police are investigating multiple paintball gun attacks in Evanston. Authorities say they received at least 4 reports of people being shot at or hit by paintballs from passing vehicles. One person hit has had to have eye surgery. Chicago sports, Dwayne Wade, 22 points and a triumphant Chicago debut as the Bulls beat Boston 105-99. The news is a service of Target. Here is a scary good Target deal just in time for Halloween. Through the 31st, get $2 off when you buy 2 14-ounce bags of candy. Get the coupon at your local Target store. Restrictions may apply. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You know what? I want to tell you something, America.
The Joe Walsh Show.
We ask our cops to do an ugly, impossible job. And way too many of us hate on them every day. I'll tell you what, America, you are going to wake up, so help me God, America, you are going to wake up one day without police officers in this country. And you will deserve it.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
5:36. Check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens Expressway outbound at Pratt, there's a crash blocking 2 left lanes. Cars facing the wrong way. The inbound side is fine. No delays to report on the Kennedy with the Eisenhower yet. I-55 northbound stop-and-go Arsenal to Bluff Road with a crash in the left lane and a little heavy central to Cicero. Outbound jammed LaGrange Road to the Tri-State with a crash now blocking 3 left lanes. Ryan is 16 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 17 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 23. The tollways are fine. Northwest Indiana, 2. Traffic service of Napa Auto Parts. With quality parts and more than 90 years of experience, Napa Auto Parts can help you keep just about anything on the road. So stop by your local Napa store and keep it running longer, stronger. Napa know-how. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. All right, for those of us who will not be watching the Cubs tonight and watching Illinois high school playoff football, Riverside Brookfield looking for a win tonight over Lake Forest. Kickoff at 7. Windy conditions on your football field tonight. Intervals of clouds and sun, high 66. Breezy mild tonight with increasing clouds, low 62, and warm tomorrow, high 73. 39 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at MJ Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
Dan and Amy, Amy, if Ronnie Woo can't get into the Cubs game, he could go to the Riverside Brookfield Lake Forest high school football playoff game with Mike Scott.
Oh, I'm sure that would be just the same as watching a World Series.
He could become the unofficial mascot of Riverside Brookfield.
The Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Oh, and you could borrow Bunky, my bulldog.
Yes, we could.
Oh,
we actually bring a couple to every game, so another one would be fine.
We have a couple of texters. Ronnie Woo Woo, on the topic of Ronnie Woo, we had a texter. Somebody should do something for Ronnie Woo Woo. It's called euthanasia.
Oh, my God. That is so...
No, come on.
He's a friend of mine. I take that to heart. That is mean.
Oh, I'm outraged.
I am outraged. I'm outraged that he's not going to the game tonight. That is just, it's un-American.
And a lot of people outraged Kyle Schwarber not cleared to play in the field, but Steve on 88 has a solution. Hey, guys, I know a doctor, and he would let Kyle Schwarber play. He is a gynecologist, but he loves baseball, too. Steve, you should put the Cubs in touch with your guy.
I think we should have Ronnie Woo Woo call in, please, maybe to end the show.
There's also
Please, Uncle Dan.
some reaction to you and how you always wind up going to these high-profile games. These Cubs games are Amy's current version of the prom. She somehow gets invited and finds cheap tickets to every one of them.
Uh-huh.
Have you been to more Cubs playoff games than proms?
No, but I am scheduled to go to Cleveland Game 6.
And also the prom in Cleveland?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to swing by Shaker Heights High School and see if I can get in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're going stag?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to wear that blue prom dress.
So there's two questions on the floor. One is, in her lifetime, will Amy go to more Cubs World Series games or proms?
Cubs postseason games.
Yeah, because World
I've been at
Series
one,
is
okay, wait.
Well, you'd have to catch up to the
Division
proms.
Series 1. Oh, yeah. And then,
Please keep your shoes
still
on.
at 5. It'll be 5 postseason Cup
Five
games.
postseason games, so that's
Total.
that's half the number
Yeah.
of proms. So you've got a ways to
Sorry.
go. But that's the point.
And you've
then,
never been to a prom or a Cubs postseason game?
No, I have been to a Cubs postseason game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went last year when they played the Cardinals.
Oh. Who let you in? How did you get that? Oh, your fancy friends, huh? I bet. Did they pick you up in a black Cadillac?
My
SUV?
prom date. My prom date got me in. And then so that's one question. More proms for Amy or more Cubs postseason games attended?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other is who wins the most games in the remainder of their respective seasons, the Bears or the Cubs. Both are 0-3. I mean, there's no way the Cubs win. The Bears win more than three
games all season.
I mean, they're 1-7.
But Jay Cutler's coming back.
I
And
know.
they're playing the number 1 Vikings.
At Soldier Field, so they have 1-8 after Monday night. Then you only got
No, the Cubs are going to have a better
7 games
record.
left.
We're going to win 3 in a row here.
So you're saying the Cubs
We're
will
gonna
win more
sweep it.
starting today?
Starting
the Cubs
today.
will win more games in their season
Than the Bears.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you want to bet volleyballs
No, I
on
think
it?
that's probably right. Even if they won one more game, the Cubs,
Yeah.
and lost in 6, as I predicted, I think they may exceed the win total of the Bears for the remainder of their season. Patty on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. The reason why I was calling is because, Amy was, talking about Eddie Woo, but yesterday,
Or Ronnie. Eddie,
Ronnie,
Ronnie.
whatever. I'm
Eddie's
sorry.
his first cousin.
Yeah.
But you know what? I know it's ridiculous, and I wouldn't nitpick. But you know what? She talks on both sides of her mouth all the time.
Do?
Like yesterday,
You should see her at prom when she gets a drink or two in her.
No, yesterday how she was saying about in Lakeview how they were opening up those drug dispensaries in the community. Oh, we want to help, but we don't want those kind of people in our neighborhood. But yet now today she's talking about Ronnie Woo. Oh, we should start a GoFund page. Now she has 2 tickets. Why doesn't it start with her?
Oh.
Yeah, that's
No,
right.
actually, Patty, I was supporting Rosecrans.
Tongue in cheek, but she does it all the time. And
Yeah.
now I'm not surprised she's endorsing Mark Kirk either, because he spent a year, trying to fight to vote for Trump, and now Kirk. Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks for
Now
the
I
call.
know my choice is right. I'm not to vote for him.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks for the call, Patty.
Well, let's first
So what
start
do you
with
have to say
Rose-
to Patty and
Well,
I?
First of all, I was the only person in my neighborhood to support. It's Rosecrans. It's at Ashland and Waveland. I was the only one.
Is that Ronnie Woo's last name? No. Oh,
No,
yes,
that's the drug treatment
Yes,
facility,
right, of course.
which has been fine. No, I was supportive of that. And Ronnie Woo Woo, he's always been in our neighborhood.
Yeah, but you don't want people coming in your neighborhood and parking. That's not very welcoming.
No, I
That's
don't.
not very friendly for the friendly confines.
Just stay
It's not
away.
very neighborly.
No, it's not neighborly. But I'm just, you know what I am? I'm exhausted because so many people are calling and texting for parking, lodging,
Prom dates.
prom dates, and for tickets.
Yeah.
I can only do so much, Dan.
I mean, it's tough being the wingnut holding Western civilization together, as you're known in Lakeview. Bob in New Lenox, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have the real reason the Cubs will not get to the World Series, and it's not the Billy Goat. And I'm sorry, Dan or Amy. Dan is correct. The real reason is back in 1945, the last time the Cubs won the World Series, William Wrigley, after they just lost to Detroit, was sitting in his office contemplating what he had to do to put a winning team on the field next year to get to the World Series. Just then Jesus appeared and said, listen, don't do anything till I get back. And that's the real reason, guys.
All right, thanks for the call,
second
Bob.
coming, yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
I like Rapture and Rapture/Cubs jokes.
They're good. Well, here's a fan from 1989.
Oh, you've been wanting to
I've
play
been
this guy
wanting-
all week.
All week. Because he was on Nightly News. They dug up, why Cub fans
They dug him
are
up.
so loyal. And he's pretty much summed it up. He's because we're stupid.
Why do you keep on coming out here?
Because we're dummies. We're dummies. We're too loyal.
We're dummies.
This
I
was
love that
this
guy.
was like right after they lost the series to the Giants.
Yes, in '89.
Will the Thrill Clark.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You remember. So I think maybe you're more of a Cub fan than you're
I'm a
leading
sports-
on to be.
I follow it. But you
Okay.
also, as Aristotle admonished us, know thine enemy. And I do. Oh, I do.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, Pence on a plane. The mishap, and will this help the Trump-Pence ticket? But first, your weather forecast for today. It's just going to be a lovely evening. We're going to have some clouds and sun this afternoon. The wind's picking up later today. Wind gusts of up to 30 miles per hour. The wind blowing out at Wrigley Field. And a game time temperature of 66 degrees. So it's going to get warmer as the day progresses. Saturday looks absolutely gorgeous. Breezy, warm, clouds and sun. A high of 73 degrees. We'll be at Freedom Summit. I'll bring my sunscreen. And then on Sunday, it's going to be cloudy and cooler, just a high in the mid-50s.
You can lay out with Sebastian Gorka.
Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning. There's a Friday morning picture. Good morning. On the Edens outbound. A little slow. Devon to Pratt. Got a crash blocking the right and left lanes. So only the center lane is open there. It's about a 5-minute delay. Kennedy still good. The Eisenhower a little heavy inbound around Manheim. Stevenson. It is slow. Clarendon Hills Road to the Tri-State, then in pockets from Central to the Ryan. 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 45 as well, with a crash at 294, blocking the two left lanes. Ryan is 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, and make that southbound Tri-State at the Adams Tollway, I-90. There's a crash in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
It's good. I'm going to bring my bathing suit and go swimming with Sebastian Gorka.
That always works out for you.
I know. Oh, ChicagoRadioDeals.com has you have to see it to believe it, and you have to see the deal from Vision One LASIK Center. Get LASIK surgery on both eyes at their state-of-the-art center in Lombard for only $1,750. That costs less than a World Series ticket. It's a $3,800 value. So start with a consultation at any one of the Vision One LASIK centers in Arlington Heights, Chicago, or Lombard. Vision One is a private practice with LASIK specialists Dr. Brad, Dr. Martin, and Dr. Berger. Hey, are you ready for this hot deal? Bikram Yoga of Rolling Meadows has a 10-class package at their beautiful studios on Hicks Road. Bikram Yoga is a series of 26 yoga postures and 2 breathing exercises. Now listen, it is taught in a 90-minute class in a 105-degree setting. This package retails for $130. It is only $50 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Get all these healthy deals and more only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now, here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
AM 560. The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, if you've ever flown into LaGuardia, you've probably come close to a Mike Pence-like incident. And a bit of a scary incident yesterday. Mike Pence plane sliding off the runway at LaGuardia.
Yeah, it was in a 737. There were 48 people on board, many members of the press. Mike Pence, his spokesperson, his whole team that surrounds him. He was in the front of the plane, of course, and there are producers in the back. One producer in particular, Elizabeth Landers, who describes what happened.
You could feel the plane skidding. You could feel the back of the plane, too, which is where the press is. Felt like it was fishtailing and moving side to side. And then the plane came to a very pretty sharp halt. Governor Pence came to the back of the plane just to check with the press, asking, is everybody okay? And we asked him if he was okay. He said, yes, he and his family were fine. And he remarked that there was some dirt and mud on his window up at the front of the plane.
And if it wasn't for that crushable concrete now that they have it at Midway too, all airports that have very short runways, they tackled 80 different crushable concrete squares, which is a lot. I mean, they were close going into the river. So remember Greg Gumbel was on a Delta Airlines flight?
I remember Gumbel Beach Justice.
No. He was on a Delta
Guy.
flight at LaGuardia that skidded off the runway into the water. 2 people died on that plane. So, I mean, it was a harrowing ordeal. And Donald Trump, of course, found out about it and spoke to the crowd about Mike Pence and that he's doing okay.
I just spoke to our future vice president, and he's okay. Do you know he was in a big accident with a plane? The plane skidded off the runway
describe it.
And was pretty close to grave danger. But I just spoke to Mike Pence, and he's fine. He got out. Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine.
You don't want Donald Trump ever to deliver even minor bad news to you. He had a big accident with a plane. Keep going. But he's fine. Was skidded off the runway. Big accident with a plane. You don't immediately think skidded off the runway and he's fine. So you may want to kind of front load that portion of the description, Mr. Trump.
I mean, but the sweet part is, I mean, I kept thinking, does this help their campaign? 312-642-5600. Or does it hurt their campaign? I think it helps their campaign because Mike Pence, the fact that he went back, I know I'm a little biased here, checked on the media, made sure that they were okay. He had them get off the plane he was Sully. He was one of the last people off the plane. And then when he got off the plane, he went to the first responders and was talking to them. His uncle's a cop from Chicago, and he just seems like a real people person, yet he's disciplined. And I don't know. I'm in love with Mike Pence.
No, clearly.
I'm so glad he's okay.
I'm just glad he's displaced David Gergen as your object of affection. You should see this. Every time David Gergen comes on the screen, Amy loses it. David Gergen. I mean, honestly.
I saw him at the RNC. What
is going on between those ears?
I love David Gergen. I saw him at the RNC and I literally was stopped dead in my tracks and I couldn't speak English.
Sure.
And I was like, hi, I couldn't even introduce myself.
Yeah. He said, please sign this centerfold I have of you.
But back to Mike Pence. He's going to be out on the campaign trail again. He was flying into New York for a fundraiser, and obviously they canceled the fundraiser.
Fine.
Yeah, but it was scary.
Don't be such a baby about it.
No, it's not.
A little plane skidded off the runway, blah, blah, blah. It's fine.
It was a low ceiling. They shouldn't have. I really think that these campaigns, they're so hell-bent on getting to these events that they're willing to risk their safety in order to land. When it was raining out,
anybody
it was
flying
cold
into
out.
Anybody flying into LaGuardia is risking their lives. It's just built into flying into LaGuardia. Now, only here at the Chicago's Morning Answer do we actually get the audio of what happened to the plane as it was happening. Listen to this.
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Flight 209 now arriving, gate 8. Gate 9. Gate 10.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. When purchasing a home, you could call your bank, surf the internet, or you can call me. Why me? Because in addition to my outstanding customer service, market knowledge, and low rates, I have a team of dedicated in-house underwriters, which gives me total control over the loan process. If you're purchasing a home, always compare closing costs, interest rates, and make sure your lender has in-house underwriting. If your lender doesn't underwrite their own loans, hang up and call me immediately. If you'd like to work with an experienced team of loan professionals who will always look out for your financial best interest, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License D4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
AM560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so did you see this? You know, the dude who vandalized Trump's star on the Walk of Fame was arrested.
Oh, they caught him?
They caught him. He's an heir to the Otis Elevator Company fortune.
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh boy, what a shock. Some kind of do-nothing liberal silver spoon. James Otis.
Trust fund, baby.
Yeah, James Otis faces felony vandalism of the GOP nominee's pink terrazzo and brass star.
I'm sorry, what color was it, Dan?
A pink terrazzo and brass star. Mr. Otis said it was an act of civil disobedience. I did it, and I'm very happy I did it, and I'm proud that I did it.
Does he know that they're going to replace it with a new star?
Yeah, that's already been done.
Mm.
He said he wanted to auction it off to raise money for the women who claimed Trump sexually assaulted him.
Auction off? Did you see what he put his... There's what he's going to auction off the pieces of it?
Yeah.
Because he broke it with a sledgehammer, so he wanted... Okay, yeah.
But James Otis not the greatest planner. He's, idle minds, the Devil's Workshop and all that. This is the same James Otis, by the way. A little dig on James Otis. You won't get anywhere else.
I'm going to Google him right now.
A 2009 story. Mohandas Gandhi's personal items have been sold for $1.8 million at a New York City auction, but the seller has said he was withdrawing them. The Indian government and Gandhi's family had worked to stop the sale because they believed the items belonged to the people of India. The government had vowed to bid whatever it takes for the independence leaders' possessions. The owner, peace activist James Otis.
Oh, really?
Said he had planned to sell them to raise money to promote pacifism. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Spaveri, CEO of Spaveri's Custom Counters.
a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with companies like ours, a second-generation, family-owned and operated manufacturer. Our business matters to Signature Bank, and that comes through in every visit and every phone call with their team, right up to the bank's co-founders, Kevin, Mick, and Brian. Sperveries is proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Michael Moore responds to Michael Moore regarding Michael Moore's film on Donald Trump at 6:06.
And guess who Hillary Clinton wants as Secretary of State? But let's go into the newsroom first. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Cubs host the Indians in Game 3 later tonight. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Drama a week and a half before the election.
I just spoke to Mike Pence, and he's fine.
Donald Trump last night after his running mate's plane nearly crashed.
The plane skidded off the runway and was pretty close to grave danger.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers details what happened live here in New York.
Well, Dave, Pat Foy with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey says everyone is okay.
37 passengers and 11 crew were taken safely off with the help of Port Authority police and Port Authority ARF, and thankfully everybody's safe.
Governor Pence and his family, along with the Secret Service and the press, were on board. Airport officials say the plane hit that runway hard before being slowed by crushable concrete safety barriers and then coming to rest in the grass. People on board said they smelled burning rubber when it was over, Dave.
Tanya Pence will be out campaigning again today in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Donald Trump's again calling his rival corrupt after WikiLeaks released hacked Clinton campaign emails reporting to show personal business was funneled to Bill Clinton from the Clinton Foundation, netting him millions of dollars.
We've had enough, honestly. I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
That was in Ohio. He'll go to Maine, New Hampshire, and Iowa today. Clinton will also campaign in Iowa the day after Michelle Obama helped her draw a big crowd in North Carolina.
She is absolutely ready to be commander-in-chief on day one, and yes, she happens to be a woman.
And the First Lady attacked Trump for a vision grounded in hopelessness and despair. Not guilty. The verdict for Ammon and Ryan Bundy, acquitted over January's armed takeover at a national wildlife refuge.
This is a major breakthrough in America for the freedoms of the people.
Shauna Cox was among the 5 other defendants, also exonerated. Their lawyers called it civil disobedience. They were charged with conspiracy to keep people from working at the refuge through intimidation and possession of firearms in a federal facility. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy skies. It's 42 at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Cubs hosting the Indians in Game 3 of the Fall Classic tonight. Cubs outfielder Kyle Schwarber will not be in the lineup this weekend after being denied medical clearance to play following his return from knee surgery.
Unfortunately, Kyle has not been medically cleared to play the field, so he will not be in the lineup the next 3 games.
Team president Theo Epstein, the Indians and the Cubs in the World Series is a super hot ticket, but it's easy to get burned if you're not careful by buying one of those phony copies.
Counterfeiters have become very, very sophisticated. They're just like the dollar bills. They have hidden decals, they have hidden signals as to what's genuine and what's not. I don't know if you're just an untrained layman that you'd be able to detect it.
Miami attorney James Samataro representing the NFL in its effort to crack down on fraudulent Super Bowl tickets. A certificate of innocence has been handed a Chicago man whose conviction for a 1992 rape and murder of a 6-year-old boy was vacated last month by the granting by a Cook County judge Thursday to 55-year-old Mark Maxim will allow him to seek a nearly $200,000 reimbursement from the state for that wrongful conviction. The man accused of running a red light and slamming his SUV into a car, killing 3 Chicago passengers and injuring their Uber driver, has been charged with a dozen felonies. Criminal complaint alleges 23-year-old Jason Rahawa was driving at 30 miles an hour over the speed limit when he crashed into the vehicle carrying 3 Chicago friends who worked at a local ad agency. Dwayne Wade 22 and the Bulls win over Boston last night, 105-99. The news, a service of Cabela's. Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Save 40% on select camo rain gear. Spend $100 in store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity gives you a free lesson on the economy.
Corporations do not pay taxes.
Well, what do you mean, Hannity? They got to pay something. Everyone's got to pay their fair share.
And there's more of the former middle class than there are in the millionaire class. So on November 8th, the dispossessed
Pass the tax charges on to you.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
We're back on the radio and getting bigger than ever.
We're the #1 Lincoln dealer in town.
And Chicagoland's first ever Ford Lincoln Superstore, too.
Folks like our great deals, for sure.
Just yesterday, I got attacked by the paparazzi.
Really?
But I think the groupies are the worst.
Groupies?
All the Highland Park groupies we have.
Sure. Right, Al.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Well, I have groupies.
A rich fantasy life is important.
This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Investments in securities involves the risk of loss. The following is a far too common tale of investing in annuities. A successful couple invested a large portion of their savings in annuities, thinking they were a safe way to guarantee a dependable income stream no matter what the market did. But it didn't take long for them to regret their decision. They were locked into low returns, faced potential tax consequences, and that they couldn't get out of their annuities without paying huge penalties. They were stuck, and so was their money. Suddenly, their retirement hopes and dreams were in danger. But it didn't have to happen to them, and it doesn't have to happen to you. You can avoid the annuity trap. Here's one way. Get the free report Annuity Insights, your guide to better understanding annuities, by calling 1-800-396-3336. Written by Forbes columnist and money manager Ken Fisher's firm. This powerful report could help save you from major financial heartache, and it's offered today for free. If you have an annuity or are considering one, claim your free annuities guide today. Hurry, free copies are limited. Call now, 1-800-396-3336. 1-800-396-3336.
It is 6:06. Check of the roads, AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens Expressway outbound at Stop and Go Wilson to Pratt with a crash in the left lane. It is 26 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook, inbound fine at 19. Inbound Kennedy, 24 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. Eisenhower, 33 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 29. Stevenson, slow Lamont Road to the Tri-State with an outbound crash. Then in pockets from Central to the Ryan, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 56. Jammed First Avenue to 294. Two left lanes are blocked. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound at the Adams Tollway, a crash is cleared. Traffic is a service of Subway. Kick off the season with a feast catered by Subway restaurants, featuring giant subs, sandwich platters, and sides. Do game day right. Place your order today. Please allow 24-hour notice for giant sub orders. Traffic answers when you need them most on Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, increasingly windy with intervals of clouds and sun, high 66. Breezy and mild tonight with increasing clouds, low 62. Breezy and warm tomorrow with sun and clouds, high 73 and a low 49. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
39 at O'Hare. 42 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k rollover specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. This just in, Michael Moore, professional leftist agitprop artist.
Was flying Mike Pence's plane?
No, is not supporting Donald Trump. The DC press corps, including Megyn Kelly, act like they've got something here because of the audio video from an Ohio promotional appearance that Michael Moore made promoting his film, Michael Moore in Trumpland.
Yeah.
That went viral earlier this week and suggested on this show Trump should take portions of it. We played portions yesterday. Take portions of it and spend his own money to saturate the media markets in battleground states in the last 10 days because it so nicely, frankly, to be honest, summarizes the disposition of the majority of the electorate in this election, the revolt that's bubbling below the surface. But so now the story, the day two story is like, oh, but, they cut it before Michael Moore went on to say, well, Trump isn't the answer. Of course, everybody knows that. It's past post. Is there anybody surprised to learn that Michael Moore doesn't support Donald Trump? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. To me, this is the way to kind of blunt the impact, turn away from the description Michael Moore offered of large swaths of the electorate. And to refresh your memory, here's what Moore said.
Because I know a lot of people in Michigan that are planning to vote for Trump, and they don't necessarily like him that much, and they don't necessarily agree with him. They're not racist and rednecks, they're actually pretty decent people. And so I wanted to sort of, after talking to a number of them, I wanted to write this. And Donald Trump came to the Detroit Economic Club and stood there in front of the Ford Motor executives and said, if you close these factories as you're planning to do in Detroit and build them in Mexico, I'm going to put a 35% tariff on those cars when you send them back, and nobody's going to buy them. It was an amazing thing to see. No politician, Republican or Democrat, had ever said anything like that to these executives. And it was music to the ears of people in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the Brexit states. You live here in Ohio, you know what I'm talking about. Whether Trump means it or not is kind of irrelevant because he's saying the things to people who are hurting. And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for.
So that last line, the human Molotov cocktail, was one of the big takeaways that circulated. So then Moore goes on with Megyn Kelly last night, and he explains what he meant in the full context of his opposition to Trump.
You've sent the message, good night, America. You've just elected the last president of the United States. What does that mean?
That means that, well, first of all, when I said doctor, they cut me off right after I said, oh, and it'll feel good after you vote for him. Mm-hmm. And then the next line is for a day, maybe a week. Mm-hmm. But when you find out that your life isn't going to get any better under President Trump and probably will get worse, that's when you're going to realize what the Brits have realized now.
That whole thing is the wind-up to your ultimate hit.
Yeah, it's the wind-up. They only show the wind-up.
You're being duped. That's your argument. But why? And what do you mean he'll be the last president? He's going to blow up the world? Is that what are you saying?
I mean, what I'm saying by that is if we elect Donald Trump as president of this country, it won't be the same country after 4 years. I'm absolutely convinced of that. This is the most vile, disgusting candidate that has ever run for office.
And then Moore went on to explain why he appeared on Fox to make this appeal.
Okay.
You outlined perfectly why they're attracted to him. They want him to blow things up. As you say, he's a human Molotov cocktail.
Right. So I'm here, and I'm here on Fox, to appeal to people who are watching to not do that. I understand why you're angry. You have every right to be angry. The system has failed you. But he is not the solution to this.
I mean, does that come as a surprise? Michael Moore, a hard leftist who thinks Cuba has a better health care system than America.
Oh, my gosh. Has he been to Cuba?
Yeah, he made a movie there. A stylized one because that's
Finding
what
Fidel?
That's what he's in the business of is these propaganda pieces. But is anyone surprised by his ultimate conclusion? No. So Megyn Kelly thinks she has something. She doesn't have anything. By the way, she was borderline fawning over Michael Moore. They were borderline yucking it up as she referred to him as, you know the white working class. You can talk. Oh, please.
He doesn't know the white working
Please.
class.
He's the Pied Piper of the quote-unquote white working class. I so despise the D.C. press corps' designation of people who are the spokesman for diverse swaths of people that have a few characteristics in common, like their household income and their race. Well, guess what? There are some people that may do similar jobs in Ohio and Sheboygan that have very different perspectives on the world and different hobbies and interests. This idea, white working class, just kind of categorized. Turns out, it's funny too, that for all the time Donald Trump has focused on manufacturing jobs, the loss of manufacturing jobs, offshoring, we're going to bring them back. If you look at the polling, Gallup did a little dig on this. If you have been displaced from a manufacturing job, you're infinitesimally more likely to vote for Donald Trump. There's no statistical significance to this disaffected population that Michael Moore is talking about, particularly in the manufacturing sector, and he's talking about the automotive sectors. Yeah, so that's it. It's not like that is the only constituency of Donald Trump. That's the constituency that's booing him to this position where he's in a dead heat, maybe slightly behind, for President of the United States. The Donald Trump coalition, as we talked about when he was closing out the primary, a lot more diverse than people want to admit. It's people who see the system writ large, not just the electoral system, the system writ large as rigged against them, and they're financing it, and and their government is actively working against their interests. So you can have advanced degrees, or you can have a high school diploma, and you could draw the same conclusion with different bodies of evidence. And that's not really accounted for by the Michael Moores and, frankly, the Megyn Kellys. The diagnosis is the point. It's not the fact that Michael Moore is a leftist, and of course he thinks Hillary Clinton is marginally better than Donald Trump while he was advocating for Bernie Sanders in the primary. This is such a nothing burger.
Well, they're fawning all over each other because Michael Moore is happy that, that this tweet got retweeted, the clip of his movie, because it's driving people to go see his movie. And Megyn Kelly...
And going on Megyn Kelly is doing the same thing.
No, and Megyn Kelly, she's trying to work out a $20 million gig with Fox News right now. So getting somebody high profile like Michael Moore to talk about this is a big coup for her.
Sure,
and
I get
for her
it.
brand and for her contract negotiations, which are going on currently.
And that's all good and well. I get all that. That's fair.
And she has a World Series Game 3 ticket.
Well, but let's understand. Let's understand what the deal is.
Right.
Let's not. Oh my gosh! See, it's like this. Like, gotcha. Michael Moore's really not supporting Donald Trump. No kidding. What a shocker.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I really think that he's transitioning, though. His hair is getting longer, a little more curvaceous. I don't know what's down the pipe for him.
As you said, not wearing that god-awful Michigan State hat all the time.
Take off that hat. It's so dirty. I hope he threw it in the garbage. He'll make a nice Michelle Moore. All right, today, your forecast, we're going to have some clouds and increasingly windy throughout the day, but it's going to get warmer. And tonight for the first game, I can't even believe that we're in the World Series. Game 3 of the World Series, it's going to be 66 degrees and 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts gusting out of Wrigley Field, so that's good for the players. Saturday is going to be just spectacular. Great day to go to Freedom Summit and be indoors all day. It's going to be warm. It's going to be warm, a high of 73 degrees. Dan, while you're having your breakout sessions, I will be swimming with Sebastian Gorka. And then on Sunday, it's going to be cloudy and cooler, a high just in the mid-50s. So enjoy Saturday while you can. Let's get those travel times. Anything enjoyable on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, in general, things aren't too bad, but the Stevenson's awful. Outbound, there was a crash at the Tri-State. It just cleared, but it's a solid mess from 1st Avenue to 294. To get from Lakeshore Drive to 355, it's an hour and 8 minutes. So it's just 34 minutes to the Tri-State. Inbound slow with Capers, Lamont Road to 294. And then in pockets slow central to Kedzie and from Ashland to the Rhine. So it's 49 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, but 30 from the Tri-State. The Edens is 22 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 23 after a crash at Pratt. The Kennedy, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound just 21. The Eisenhower is 40 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. The Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown with a crash at Roosevelt in the right lane. Tollways, the Tri-State's a little heavy, 95th to 83rd and 47th to 31st, then at 290, otherwise lighter than normal. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them. Right now at Feldco, get 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest until 2018. Replace your drafty old windows and say goodbye to those high heating bills once and for all. Hurry, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, a crashing economy. Are you ready? At best, your local stores have a 3-day supply of food. Will your family have to fight over what's left? Be wise and be ready with 25-year shelf life Wise Food Storage. Try it free. Order a no-obligation free sample meal, and for a limited time, get a 20% discount and free shipping on all orders. Call for your free sample now. 800-787-1010. 800-787-1010. AM 560. The Answer.
Hey.
So who's going to be Hillary's Secretary of State?
Well, Chief of Staff, we'll start with that. Guess who's going to be her Chief of Staff if she wins? But she's already looking ahead.
Mrs. Carlos Danger.
No, John Podesta.
Of course.
Of course. Not Robbie. Mook. Sorry, Mook.
Yeah, what is Robbie
going to do?
Mook.
He could be the press secretary.
What's he going to do?
He could be the next, who's the press secretary right now? Oh my gosh.
Josh Earnest.
Josh Earnest.
That's one Dickensian named goof for another.
Yeah,
that makes
Secretary of State. Are you ready?
Mrs. Carlos Danger.
No. Somebody kind of creepy, kind of loosey-goosey, kind of likes to touch people a lot.
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He's staying on?
Yeah.
We
Vice
can't get rid of
President
him
Joe Biden could be the next Secretary of State.
Oh, my gosh.
It's the name she threw out there.
Hey, but I'll tell you what, in a change election, there you go. You bring John Podesta back from 25 years ago.
Okay.
You keep Joe Biden on. Really charting a new course for America, that Hillary Clinton. What an outside-the-box thinker, bringing in talent.
Right.
Oh, that's classic.
That's probably payback because he decided not to run.
Well, in a related story, Gary Johnson should be in the Clinton administration if she wins because he's doing her a favor by trending to 0. The Tribune endorsement doesn't seem to be sustaining him. This video was posted of him losing his business with 2 successive reporters. One guy interviewing him from HBO and the guy waiting outside from The Guardian to interview him. He's bristles, to say the least, at the if you had to choose, would it be Clinton or Trump question. Boy, mellow out, dude.
This is phenomenal. We got $12 million. We're at 10% plus.
That's not that.
If you're saying Trump or Clinton, is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, baloney. That's baloney. Don't ask me that question. I'm giving people their first vote.
And you got in his face.
What's wrong? Was he?
No, I think he maybe needs to wind down a little bit. I think he's a little uptight.
Didn't he? He said he smoked pot when he was on the show, didn't he?
He's. I think he's always doped up, and it shows. This is where you forget like where Aleppo is, and you can't name a world leader. Let that be a listen to the kids out there.
What is this?
This is your brain on drugs, Gary Johnson.
And it can make you temperamental too.
Well,
when you need your fix and you don't have it.
He was a bit temperamental. So then the idea that he's not doing well.
Mm-hmm.
So that was with the HBO reporter. Don't ask him that question, Clinton or Trump, if you had to choose. Then he goes on to the Guardian reporter who was waiting outside to be yelled at. And he said, you're not doing so well. Why do you think that is? And here's Johnson's response.
This is phenomenal. We got $12 million. We're at 10% plus in the polls. We're leading among independents, among young people, among active military personnel. This is a celebration.
This is a celebration, not a funeral, Gary Johnson said. Then the news had to be broken to him that he's not at 10%. And here's the Real Clear Politics average. And
yeah, what is he at? 7.4?
6. Here's what that means. And then they moved on to tax policy, and Gary Johnson gave an answer. And then the reporter essentially said, well, isn't your real position that you want to eliminate the IRS and replace the income tax and the corporate tax with a national sales tax? And he gets a bit perturbed when pressed on the issue.
I mean, I've looked and searched for any credible economist who would think it's sensible to abolish income tax, abolish the IRS, abolish corporation tax and replace it with effectively one large sales tax, and think that makes sense.
Well, like I say, we have a difference of opinion.
I'm not saying that you and I disagree. I'm saying most of the world's major economies and most of the world's major economists disagree with you.
Look, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue, really.
But it's not a question of arguing.
Look, I came out for the legalization of marijuana. Let me just use that as an example. And I will tell you that I had people in my face for years and years and years talking about how stupid and how idiotic it was that we should allow marijuana to be legal.
But what's that got to do with your tax policy?
It's leadership. It is leadership.
And he was like inches from the guy's nose. He like really got
in his face,
up in it, midnight.
Maybe he needs a little bit of a break.
Yeah. Hey, Bill Weld, can you come over here and take over? Gary's not feeling well.
Maybe
you still think about? I mean, I like him. When we had him on the show, one of the times we had him on the show, remember there was some mention of a cat fight and he meowed.
Oh yeah, he's right. He goes meow, meow, and that's when you and I looked at each other like, oh, he likes cats.
Yeah, or he is one, or he thinks he is one. I think he's an interesting guy. I mean, he was a successful 2-term governor in Mexico. I've said this before about him. He built a very successful business. This is an interesting kind of off-center, as you heard, kind of guy, but he is interesting and talented, and he's been successful in a number of realms. But this just ain't going well for him down the stretch. And
but we don't want him to drop out because then Hillary would probably more than likely pick up those votes.
Well, right. And on a serious note, that's the issue is every poll since that's done the 4-way race with Johnson and Stein included, and then you take them out, or even just when it was Gary Johnson, you take him out, and it gives a slight benefit. It's not it's not massive, but in a very close race, it could be determinative. It gives a slight benefit to Hillary Clinton. So those people that are attracted to Johnson, and certainly Stein, which is a much smaller number, are mostly coming from the center left, not the center right, which I suppose says something about where the Libertarian Party, quote unquote, is at present as well.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no! Oh, it's the property tax bill.
Rising property taxes can be scary, but thousands of homeowners have done something about it by appealing their assessments. Hi, I'm Dan Patlack, your commissioner at the Cook County Board of Tax Review. As the only Republican on the board, I've kept my promise to serve full-time and be a watchdog, making sure that property owners appealing their assessments pay no more than their fair share of taxes.
As the only candidate who is a certified Illinois assessing officer, graduate of the Real Estate Institute, and a former township assessor, taxpayer advocate Dan Patlak has been the featured speaker at over 200 assessment appeal seminars, teaching thousands of property owners how to appeal their assessments. Dan Patlak is endorsed by the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Daily Herald, and the Illinois Committee for Honest Government. Vote for Dan Patlak for Cook County Board of Review. Paid for by Citizens for Dan Patlak.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance. But they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz, at Automated Systems when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Ed Henry joins us at 6:36 with an itemized receipt from Hillary Clinton's State Department expenditures.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we have 41 degrees. Plane-carrying vice presidential candidate Mike Pence skids off the runway at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The plane this morning has been removed, but there are ripple effects on air travel across the nation this morning.
There was no fire condition. Passengers were removed safely through the back of the aircraft.
Donald Trump yesterday checked in with his vice presidential candidate from Ohio, said everything was okay. And Trump also mused yesterday that it might be a good idea to cancel the election and just hand him the presidency.
Hillary Clinton wants to raise taxes on small businesses up to 45%. And just thinking to myself right now, we should just cancel the election and just give it to Trump, right?
Trump says continued revelations from WikiLeaks show his Democratic rival is corrupt and was while she was Secretary of State. Hillary Clinton's running mate not getting received very well in Ohio. Bleachers were empty at a gym in Lorain, Ohio, when Tim Kaine was stumping for Clinton yesterday.
I've done a lot of rallies. Actually, this is the first rally I've done in this campaign cycle where I've had a high school band with me. So I tell you, I'm going to demand that my staff have a high school band at every rally from this point forward. It's so much more fun.
Less than 200 people attended that rally. Meantime, President Barack Obama is returning to Florida, part of a long campaign road swing to boost Hillary Clinton. World Series played tonight at Wrigley Field for the first time since 1945. Kyle Hendricks against Josh Tomlin. Best of 7 set is tied at 1 game each. World Series is hardly the only historic contest preoccupying the owners of the Cubs. Ricketts family big players in the political arena. Laura Ricketts is the top Democratic donor. Her brother Pete is the Republican governor of Nebraska. A man accused of running a red light and slamming his SUV into an Uber vehicle, killing 3 passengers and injuring the Uber driver, has been charged with a dozen felonies in Milwaukee. That driver was driving, according to police, 30 miles an hour over the speed limit at the time of the crash Sunday, killing 3 Chicago friends who worked at an ad agency. The University of Illinois forming the school's first Illinois Athletics Hall of Fame. And its first class member will be former Bears great Dick Butkus. School's athletic department made the announcement yesterday morning. The inaugural class will be announced in February. Bulls last night winners over Boston 105-99. The news, a service of Cabela's. Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Save 40% on select camo rain gear. Spend $100 in store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. 6:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University online.
Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Spend $100 in-store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Our time is 6:35. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound delay started 2E. It's 23 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy, 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 24. Mount Eisenhower, now 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 38. The Stevenson, 49 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 55 after a crash at the Tri-State. Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the Tri-State northbound, we see delays Southwest Highway to the 83rd Street toll, Archer to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower, Adams Tollway heavy approaching the Kennedy. Traffic is a service of Kohl's. Don't miss Kohl's 50% off sale Thursday through Saturday. Plus, take an extra 20% off. Plus, take an extra $10 off your purchase of $50 or more. Plus, get Kohl's Cash. Plus, Yes to You members earn triple points. See store Kohl's.com for details. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Clouds on the increase. Clouds and sun mixed throughout the day. High 66. And the wind will be blowing out tonight at Wrigley at 20 to 25 miles an hour. Breezy mild. Clouds on the increase, low 62 overnight. 39 at O'Hare. It is 42 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, crystal stemware for all my aides.
What?
Said Queen Hillary. Hillary Clinton's State Department spent millions of taxpayer dollars on lavish goods, such as a $5.4 million no-bid contract for crystal stemware, $630,000 to increase Facebook likes for 4 State Department pages.
Wait, how much did they spend to increase their profile on Facebook?
$630,000.
$630,000?
Yeah, it's a 21-page memo that was prepared by the RNC that documents some of Hillary's more colorful and garish expenditures during her time as Secretary of State. The time she points to is evidence of her great record of public service the last 30 years when that issue is raised. Also, reconstruction projects in Iraq and Afghanistan that didn't go terribly well. That was $600 million. $3.6 million fleet of unused broadcast TV trucks in Afghanistan. $167 million on cost overruns while expanding the embassy in Kabul. 79, and then, just more frivolity. $79,000 in taxpayer funds at the State Department to buy up copies of President Obama's book.
Oh, really? To increase sales? What did they have a big book burning session afterwards? I mean, what do you do with all the books?
Well, isn't that even though it's a relatively small amount of money, not for book sales, but relatively small amount of money for the State Department, I mean, that's a way to funnel royalty money to the president. $53,000 on marble polishing services at the U.S. Embassy in Brasilia. So now you're starting to get a sense of where that $6 billion that had gone missing while she was at the helm of the State Department ended up. Just interesting. That just all in the kind of context of the ruling class and Clinton Inc. and living large on other people's money, whether it's via the foundation or directly via taxpayers. It's fascinating stuff, and there's more there, and we should pour over it with our friend Ed Henry, Fox News chief national correspondent, who's had the unenviable job of being embedded with the Hillary Clinton campaign for most of the general election. Ed, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you. How are you?
Good. So I mentioned some of the State Department expenditures in this RNC document that was prepared. That does not look doesn't really position Hillary very well optically in a time of relative austerity for millions of Americans, does it?
Sure. Well, I mean, look, I think in fairness, some of those projects are not all her fault. I mean, when you talk about reconstruction in Iraq and Afghanistan, I'm sure we can go back through the Bush administration, and there was a lot of money wasted. And,
no question.
Other money well spent. But your point is well taken about, we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to improve likes on Facebook or buy up President Obama's book. I mean, what in the world was happening at the State Department when, meanwhile, our policy in Libya, Syria, let's just take a little spin around the globe. And I think the bigger point from what he just said that I certainly take is if you think back to the first three debates, and the Hillary Clinton camp certainly thinks they did well, and Donald Trump has been pushing back on that. But I did not hear Hillary Clinton spending a lot of time focused on a really strong record at the State Department. She barely talked about being Secretary of State, only when pressed by a moderator or by Donald Trump, and then would say, well, I went to 112 countries and this and that. But she can never really list what she accomplished as Secretary of State, and some of what you just read might point us as to why.
Well, can you name something that she accomplished as Secretary of State?
Yeah, no, thankfully I didn't actually work for her, so I don't have to explain. But you're right. It's a hard one to point to. I mean, I think big picture, what does any Secretary of State accomplish? I think John Kerry, if you had him on right now, would say, the Iran nuclear deal would be at the top of his list. And then I think you would immediately ask him, since you're both very astute and good at questioning, what in the world, how is that accomplishment?
Right.
The Iran nuclear deal looks complicated, to say the least, and far from over. So look, all secretaries of state, put out big ideas, fly around the world, and often come back home empty-handed. And I think in fairness to Hillary Clinton in this case, she was executing the policy of President Obama. In the case of Syria, for example, she had been a bit more hawkish while President Obama was doing virtually nothing. Maybe she should have pushed harder. Maybe this is a sign of her lack of influence inside the Obama administration. But some of the things she did push for in her defense, President Obama either didn't listen to her or just went another way. So I do think that, for somebody who's running on experience in large part and a resume, her time as Secretary of State is not something that has turned out to be very good. There's not a lot of accomplishments to tout. And then let's talk about the Clinton Foundation. Let's talk about the email server that happened while she was Secretary of State. Her time at Foggy Bottom turned out to be a pretty dark chapter for her.
Well, and there's a new wrinkle in the Terry McAuliffe saga, too, as it pertains to the FBI criminal investigation into some of her conduct at Secretary of State. McAuliffe gives $500,000, round numbers, to the wife of one of the now deputy directors of the FBI who had some oversight responsibility at FBI over the Clinton Foundation criminal investigation, or the Hillary Clinton criminal investigation, excuse me.
Yeah.
And now we find out that Hillary Clinton headlined a fundraiser for the PAC that steered that $500,000 to the wife of the deputy director of the FBI. And we're supposed to believe that because the deputy director didn't participate in his wife's campaign, there's nothing to see here.
Well, okay, there's about 5 or 6 things I want to react to because I think you're putting a lot of important issues on the table. I mean, let's start with the FBI. What in the world happened with James Comey? I mean, at the beginning of the investigation, Democrats and Republicans were saying this is a paragon of virtue and somebody who's independent. And I think the fundraising activity you just mentioned, just the way he handled the investigation, the news conference he had where he basically said all these horrible things happened, all these statements Hillary Clinton made about the server turned out to not be true, and then said, we're not going to do anything. Right. And now, FBI agents apparently who are not happy with that decision appear to be spilling out various documents and information that really put a cloud over James Comey and the FBI. Let's start there. Number 2, Terry McAuliffe raising money for the wife of this FBI official, while Hillary Clinton is under investigation is bad enough. Then look at the fact that Terry McAuliffe himself is currently under FBI investigation for a separate matter.
Right.
So what in the world was happening there with the governor of Virginia? And in terms of Hillary Clinton appearing at a fundraiser for that PAC that he was running or helping, Hillary Clinton and Terry McAuliffe and Bill Clinton are very tight. And so in a new Clinton administration, if that happens in a couple of months and she comes to power at the end of January, Terry McAuliffe's going to have a big role, whether he's in the cabinet or he's just an outside advisor. And so these are the kind of issues people should be paying attention to. And the other thing I'd make real quickly is, McAuliffe has been very big with, Doug Band, the former Clinton intimate, and President Clinton in terms of, all the stuff was going on. You called Bill Clinton Inc. I mean, this memo that came out in this WikiLeaks dump, there's a lot in there, but one of them, this memo saying Bill Clinton's enriched himself to the tune of tens of millions of dollars from Clinton Foundation donors. You're giving money to a charity, and then you're getting hit up by the former president and his people to, pay him for speeches, pay for consulting. Look, it's a free market. I suppose, if you want to make money, you can make money. But when the Clintons go around, this goes back to what I said about the debates where Hillary Clinton said, the Clinton Foundation does all this great work around the world. Maybe so. But then why do you have to be putting money in your own pocket at the end of that? Why is it not just about charity?
Yeah, it's so sad. I mean, Clinton Foundation is going to be shut down if she becomes president, right?
No.
Or are they going to break it off?
I mean, they said they'll stop fundraising. So they would stop fundraising Bill and Hillary Clinton, but the foundation could go on Chelsea Clinton or someone else. But you're right, to raise that, maybe it will be shut down because of public pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they've said in limited areas, too. Not just that it won't shut down, but the fundraising will be suspended in limited areas, not the other great work they do.
Well, like with foreign governments, for example.
Yes, right.
Stop that.
So it sounds fraudulent.
Well, so take a 30,000-foot view with 10 days to go here. You've got headlines like Kim Strassel's piece in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, Grifters in Chief. You've got the WikiLeaks memos, this Doug Band memo that you just mentioned that has been the topic of conversation. So combine all of the Clinton Foundation, Clinton corruption, hanky stuff around Clinton Inc. going on with the news about Obamacare premiums, with kind of the Michael Moore diagnosis of the Trump movement. This is not the conversation Clinton wants to have to close the show, is it?
No, it's not. And I think, look, in terms of the allegations against Bill and Hillary Clinton, personally, I believe as a reporter that's baked into the cake. People have known about some of this. Sure. Is more detail coming out? Yes. Is that going to tilt the election? I don't think so, because I think it's been baked into the cake that people largely do not find Hillary Clinton honest and trustworthy. So what does that mean? Well, number one, I think the Obamacare stuff you're mentioning is big. Let's see what Donald Trump does with it. Let's see if he can actually make a case in these final days that what both Hillary Clinton and President Obama have been selling us about his legacy, while, by the way, President Obama and Michelle Obama are out there campaigning and saying, things are great with the economy right now when people still don't really feel a recovery. They're saying that Obamacare is wonderful when, in fact, the premiums are skyrocketing. My point is, yes, there's a lot of problems with Hillary Clinton and her campaign. But it's up to Donald Trump in his final days to make his case as to why he would do a better job and really weave together. And I think he tried in Gettysburg with that sort of contract with America. It's kind of late. But the idea, okay, well, then what will you do differently? And I think the Obamacare thing gives him a dramatic opportunity here to try to weave together what he would do, whether he would repeal Obamacare, what would he replace it with, what would he do better on jobs. My point being, all these allegations of corruption, that alone is not going to win the election for Donald Trump. He's got to weave together a positive message.
So, the reporting is the polls have tightened nationally and in a lot of the battleground states. But then you've also got the Charlie Cooks and other political observers who say this thing is over, it is done. What's your sense of it from the sense you get from the Clinton camp?
My sense is Hillary Clinton clearly has a solid lead, but solid is not insurmountable. I think I'd watched the Fox poll from a couple of days ago that suggested, we had it at 6-7 points nationally, and it was down to about 3 points nationally. I think that's closer to reality. That's good news for Donald Trump in the sense that I don't think it's over, but I think it's bad news for Donald Trump in the sense that since the conventions, and especially since the first debate and the way the race turned around that time with the Miss Universe stuff and other things, Hillary Clinton has maintained a lead, whether it's 3 points, 5 points, 8 points. She's still winning. It's not insurmountable. But again, I think just throwing out, allegations of corruption, I think that's maybe helped tighten this race, because I think you're right. I'm seeing movement not just in the national polls like Fox, but there are battlegrounds that appear to be slipping away from Donald Trump, whether it be in North Carolina or Florida, that are tightening in all kinds of polls and are suggesting they're back to being dead heat. I think that's really bad news for Hillary Clinton. I mean, Donald Trump has had about the worst 3 or 4 weeks maybe any candidate has had in American political history in terms of the allegations and, self-inflicted wounds. And you add it all up, he's had a brutal 3, 4, 5 weeks. And yet the polls have tightened. Instead of Hillary Clinton going to 10, 12, 14 points, it's tightened. Does that mean he's going to win? No, but it means that she has not put him away. Again, I put it in his lap. He has to weave together, finally, a more positive, hopeful, optimistic, forward-looking message in the final days. Otherwise, if it's just like she's crooked Hillary, he's made that case, and that's kept this race close. What will you do as president? What will you do as commander-in-chief? When you and I, all three of us went around the world with Syria and Libya and what she did as Secretary of State. What would he do better as commander-in-chief? What would he do better on top? All of these things are there for the picking. And I think it's in his lap now to actually make that case.
Well, Trump is like Steven Seagal. He's hard to kill. Ed Henry, Fox News Chief National Correspondent. Ed, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I'm Lou Dobbs, standing by for the GDP update. Twitter cutting 9% of its global workforce. Apple hoping to jumpstart its sales with its newest Macs. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
Twitter announces it's cutting 9% of its employees worldwide at a cost of more than $10 million. The social media service has faced stiff competition from Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat. Investors taking a look today at the report on gross domestic product, that final report before the presidential election, joined by updates as well on employment costs and consumer confidence about the economy. Apple is awaiting first reports on consumer interest in its just unveiled updated Mac computers. Apple rolled out the newest Macs at its corporate headquarters yesterday, announcing the first major changes in years. Mac sales were in a slump this year after strong growth in both 2014 and 15. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, looking to secure financing on a new home or refinancing your existing home? Then you need to do what I did and call David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. Tony, well, he's heard hundreds of David's ads, but wanted to contact a realtor before purchasing a home in Naperville. Bad move. Not getting pre-qualified by David before Speaking with a realtor is like going commando while wearing white pants. Thanks, David. David, I know, it's so gross. David answered Tony's questions, pre-qualified him to purchase a home, and introduced her to Kate Waddell, his Home Sweet Home Chicago radio realtor. Purchasing a home can be overwhelming, and reading these ads can be too. But it won't be if you call David first. David can pre-qualify you for free and introduce you to his team of preferred realtors who will locate that perfect home. Now, if you're purchasing a home and want to work with that team of real estate experts that'll always look out for your financial best interest, then call David first. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dun, dun, dun. I wanted to ask Ed Henry about being on the plane now, like the new Hillary, how she's warming up to the media. And she gave them birthday cake on her birthday. It's supposed to they give her a birthday cake.
Yeah, but they had to eat it off of her.
Dad. Oh my, what is this, naked sushi?
That's what I heard.
Have you ever done naked sushi?
Gross. Here, this is important news.
Gross.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
No,
We're trying to convey value here. I'm trying to give you an important story.
Oh, my God.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm sitting down.
You've been defrauded for the last 20 years by elevator manufacturers. That closed door button on your elevator?
Yeah. That's just for show?
Just for show. It's obsolete. To give
It's
you
for me to stress my frustrations and say, I'm in control here and I'm going to close this door.
It's been obsolete since the 1990s. The button is a complete fake. It will not close the doors. The close the door button.
Right.
Yeah,
I always press that every time.
Will not close the doors any faster. It's to give you the false sense of control. I have more.
Well, what about one? But the door open one works.
I don't know about the door open.
Well, you have an option: door close or door open. And when somebody's coming in, the nice thing to do is press door open. Or you can do what I do sometimes and turn around like, oh, I'm busy. Or I'm on my phone.
No,
I can't see them running for the elevator. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you fake it. You come up short. You fake it like you're reaching for it, but you alligator arm it.
I'm not that sinister.
No, I didn't get there in time. Here's something else.
What?
New York City exposed those crosswalk buttons, like you're probably want to press because you're.
Oh, we have one right by our school.
Mrs. Law and Order.
Yeah. Don't tell me those.
Of the 3,250 crosswalk buttons in New York, 2,500 of them were placed with non-functioning mechanisms. Again, you press it, you see people pressing. It's just to give you the appearance of control. They don't do anything. They don't do, thermostats in offices that can be easily accessed.
Yeah.
Or
we
accessed.
We had one in here, and they took it away from us.
Yeah.
Because I miss it's too hot here. It's too cold. Took it away.
Most of them also faked. Make you feel like you have control of the temperature. It's a placebo effect. Sucker. Get with it.
Get you, sucker.
Stop with your or close the elevator doors and your crosswalks and your fake thermostats.
These are real.
Oh, jeez.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How does Trump get to 270? We'll explore that question with Fox News Channel's Brett Baer at 7:07.
And should I or shouldn't I give my World Series Game 3 ticket to Ronnie Woo Woo?
No.
We'll explain. Okay, God. Okay, bye. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Here's Mike Scott.
Cubs host the Indians in Game 3 of the World Series tonight. A man released from prison after a murder conviction is tossed. Kirk and Duckworth square off in a Springfield debate. The Bulls get by the Celtics on opening night in the NBA. Increasingly windy today with intervals of clouds and sun. A full forecast after Fox. WINT Chicago News Time 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A runway is closed at LaGuardia Airport, and so travelers to and from New York are told to check their flights. There are about 60 cancellations and delays the morning after a scare from Mike Pence's plane.
Felt like they had been jamming on the brakes for the duration of the landing.
Fox producer Dan Gallo was on the Republican vice presidential nominee's flight.
The smell of burning rubber was obvious the entire time.
That plane ended up hitting a barrier to avoid it from going onto a highway, but nobody was hurt, and Pence will be out campaigning again today. Donald Trump will hit 3 states, probably again, hammering the Clintons over WikiLeaks. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, at a rally in Springfield, Ohio, Trump said the WikiLeaks emails show former President Bill Clinton made tens of millions of dollars while his wife was Secretary of State, and that there's outright corruption in the Clinton Foundation.
Just imagine what they'll do given the chance to once again control the Oval Office.
Trump said we've had enough of the Clintons and that Clinton is the most corrupt person to run for high office ever. Trump is on a 3-state swing today. Events planned in New Hampshire, Maine, and Iowa. Dave.
All right, Rachel, the Clinton campaign has not commented on that WikiLeaks info again, claiming the Russians are hacking their way into our election. Clinton will also campaign today in Iowa. After Michelle Obama joined her at a big rally in North Carolina, the First Lady said Trump's vision is of a country weak and divided.
A vision of a nation that is powerful and vibrant and strong, big enough to have a place for all of us.
She says that's Hillary Clinton's vision. 7 people involved in January's armed standoff at a federal wildlife refuge have been acquitted.
I love it. It's great. Yeah, and now I can get on with my life.
Jeff Banta and his co-defendants called it civil disobedience. They were charged with conspiracy to keep federal workers from their jobs and or possessing firearms, but were found not guilty on all counts. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
"41 degrees, and right now we have clouds, and as those clouds break, we'll see sunrise in a few minutes at 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. The Northsiders will throw Kyle Hendricks tonight in Game 3 of the Fall Classic against Cleveland pitcher Josh Tomlin. The best-of-7 series is tied at 1 game each. Cubs outfielder Kyle Schwarber will not be in the starting lineup for the 3 World Series games this weekend at Wrigley, denied medical clearance to play following his return from knee surgery.
Unfortunately, Kyle has not been medically cleared to play the field, so he will not be in the lineup the next 3 games.
Cubs Cubs president and leader Theo Epstein. Schwarber tore knee ligaments, you recall, on April 7 and returned in Tuesday's series opener as a DH. Some Chicago aldermen simply can't let it go this morning after an ethics board said councilmen cannot accept the Cubs' offer for World Series tickets at face value. Many are still complaining, including Alderman Millie Santiago. She says As a poor alderwoman, she cannot afford those pricey resale market tickets. Alderman Mike Zalewski also complained it's unfair for aldermen to be excluded. Other news we're following: Republican U.S. Senator Mark Kirk and Democratic challenger Tammy Duckworth made one of their final pitches to voters in their first televised debate for the Senate seats in Springfield. Could determine control of the chamber if Democrats have their way. The Republican questioning even the military service of his Democratic opponent's parents during a televised debate.
I had forgotten that your parents came all the way from Thailand to serve George Washington.
The comment immediately receiving major backlash online, some calling the remark racist. A man accused of running a red light and slamming his SUV into a car, killing 3 Chicago passengers in Milwaukee and injuring their Uber driver, has been charged with a dozen felonies, including reckless homicide. Chicago sports: Dwayne Wade, 22, in his triumphant Chicago debut. Bulls over Boston in the lid lifter on the regular season, 105-99. There's hockey tonight as well, too. Most eyes will be on the Cubs, but some will be watching the Blackhawks battle New Jersey. The news, a service of Kohl's. Don't miss Kohl's 50% off sale Thursday through Saturday. Plus, take an extra 20% off. Plus, take an extra $10 off your purchase of $50 or more. Plus, get Kohl's Cash. Plus, yes to you members, earning triple points. See store or Kohls.com for details. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560, The Answer.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work. Investments in securities involves the risk of loss. The following is a far too common tale of investing in annuities. A successful couple invested a large portion of their savings in annuities, thinking they were a safe way to guarantee a dependable income stream no matter what the market did. But it didn't take long for them to regret their decision. They were locked into low returns, faced potential tax consequences, and that they couldn't get out of their annuities without paying huge penalties. They were stuck, and so was their money. Suddenly, their retirement hopes and dreams were in danger. But it didn't have to happen to them, and it doesn't have to happen to you. You can avoid the annuity trap. Here's one way. Get the free report, Annuity Insights, your guide to better understanding annuities, by calling 1-800-396-3336. Written by Forbes columnist and money manager Ken Fisher's firm. This powerful report could help save you from major financial heartache, and it's offered today for free. If you have an annuity or are considering one, claim your free annuities guide today. Hurry, free copies are limited. Call now, 1-800-396-3336. 1-800-396-3336.
7:06. Let's get a check of the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time with Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. The Edens Expressway has delays starting at Niles Center. 24 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy, 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 17 from Montrose, 14 in the Express. Outbound, 15 minutes to Montrose and 32 to the airport. The Eisenhower. Delays start at North Avenue. It's 47 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 32 from Manheim. Outbound 38 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. 47 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 55 minutes to 355. The Ryan is 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State delays are northbound. Southwest Highway to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial, slow 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to St. Charles. The other tollways are fine. Northwest Indiana as well. Lakeshore Drive, slow southbound 18th to the Stevenson and northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Clouds and sun today with wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour for the afternoon, high 66. Still breezy tonight with clouds increasing, gusts up to 30 miles per hour with a low tonight 62. Another breezy day tomorrow with sun and clouds, high 73. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
39 at O'Hare, 41 along the lakefront. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We are talking with Ed Henry last hour about Hillary's inability to contain the stink from WikiLeaks, also the new revelations about her rather extravagant spending at the State Department, like $5 million on crystal stemware and $630,000 to increase Facebook likes for the State Department, because the State Department is mostly a PR effort.
Yeah, but $500,000 plus to increase your profile on Facebook? Seems like a waste of taxpayer money.
$79,000 to buy up President Obama's books, funnel some royalties to him for retirement. And I'll tell you, all of this in addition to the donation from Terry McAuliffe to the wife of a FBI deputy director, Terry McAuliffe, who Ed Henry pointed out, reminded us, also under federal investigation. Of course, he's part of Clinton's inner circle. If you're part of her inner circle, you're going to be under federal investigation. It just doesn't seem it's going to go anywhere. That's the curious thing. Ron Fournier, who's been covering the Clintons since their days in Arkansas, who has had the single best question of this election cycle, in my opinion. I wish somebody would have asked it on his behalf. What do you think, to Hillary Clinton, the question should be asked, what do you think young Hillary Clinton, who was on that Watergate committee, would say about today's Hillary Clinton? I would love to hear the answer to that, particularly non-telegraphed, so she didn't see it coming. But Fournier was on to address all of what WikiLeaks all the blanks WikiLeaks has filled in terms of kind of what we presume to be true. But now we've got more evidentiary support. And Fournier had this to say.
When the scandal first broke in early 2015, and it was based on a person very close to the Clintons, who I'd known for a long time, who worked for the Clintons for a long time, who was saying, getting to the motive of why she had this secret server. And it was because of the circle of enrichment, the phrase that the Washington Post pulled up today, that was clear even then. There was already some connections between Doug Band and shaking down donors at the time. And this person was saying this is really about the foundation.
Well, it's really about the foundation and enriching themselves by leveraging everything that they have access to in our government. And that, I suppose, is at least part of Trump's closing argument, in addition to representing a positive vision for the United States, I would encourage. And for more on what the last 10 days will hold, we're pleased to be joined again by our friend Bret Baier, of course, host of Fox News Special Report, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday, and Sundays at 7 through the election. Also, 1 hour special this weekend that Bret Baier is anchoring tomorrow, Saturday, at 7 p.m. Chicago time. How We Fight, America's Election HQ, How We Fight, anchored by Bret Baier. The program will take an extensive look at the United States military, the threats that have emerged over the past 8 years, as well as the military rules of engagement. And it's going to feature exclusive interviews with a number of current and former intelligence officers, including secretaries of defense and Navy secretaries and generals. Bret Baier, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
So where do you sense the race is with 10 days to go? We were talking to your colleague, Ed Henry, and, the reports, and Fox News has reported the race kind of tightening. It seems like the Billy Bush tape kill shot, it's certainly injured, but he's not dead yet.
No, he's not dead yet. Definitely not. And, I think that it's telling that the Clinton campaign is traveling to Michigan. They shouldn't be in Michigan at this point, 10 days out. That should be a slam dunk, and they're not. they're spending some time in Pennsylvania. Why? I don't think it's to run up the score. I do think that those places are tightening. Colorado, another one that is tightening. Now, on the flip side, you have Mike Pence and Donald Trump going to Utah and Arizona to shore up those states, and that's not usual either. Georgia and Texas are tight, according to the polls. I think those red states will come home in single digits, maybe not what they're used to, Republicans winning by. But the real question is, can Donald Trump pick up the states he needs, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, and maybe one other, Nevada, someplace else?
And both candidates today are going back to where it all began, and that's the state of Iowa. Hillary Clinton's going to be there with the president of Planned Parenthood and some others, and then Donald Trump's going to be there as well. Why is Iowa still at play?
It is. It's very much in play. It's tied, according to the latest polls out of there. I think Quinnipiac had it 44-44. And, it's only 6 electoral votes, but it is crucial. It's about the math. And she's in now a blocking mode to prevent him from getting those states. She has many more paths to 270, but he is, he needs all of those states, including New Hampshire, which is only 4 electoral votes. He's going to Maine to fight for that one congressional district, which is 1 electoral vote. So you see how this map kind of comes together.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There's a piece in The Hill about this. You're kind of describing the same thing they did. They with respect to the conversation about this being a done deal and this is a blowout, actually they say, well, there's a very plausible path for Trump to 265 electoral votes.
Right.
But it's it's getting from 265 to 270 that seems to be the real trouble, because New Hampshire, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, one of those essentially has to fall in his column.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. He gets New Hampshire. He's at 269. Now he needs that one main electoral vote to get him to 270.
Yeah.
And that's why they're there. That's why they're doing that, because they look at the math, and that's what it comes down to. And it's plausible. I think that it still favors Hillary Clinton. I know a lot of people out there, especially Trump supporters, believe there is this hidden Trump vote. I just caution that the average of polls historically has just been off about 1 or 2 points max by the time we get to Election Day.
Do you think?
And that's a big deal.
Yeah, and Election Day, 11 days away now? Do you think Donald Trump is going to continue saying that the system is rigged up until Election Day, or do you think he might stand down a little bit?
I bet he gets more to script. I'm sure that's going to fall into some of his talking points. I'm going to talk to him this morning. I'm up in New York, and I'm going to sit down with Mr. Trump and Governor Pence together. We'll air a separate part with Mr. Trump today, and I'll, it'll be my final interview before Election Day. But he hasn't been on our show since June, so looking forward to asking him some questions.
Well, that'll be interesting. That'll be worth watching, checking out as well. Talking about over the weekend and Monday. And kind of going down ballot, because that's a big part of the conversation, too. The Senate and the House, from your observations, where do you feel like those are with the same 10 days to go?
I think the House is, they may lose seats, may get down to single digits, but I don't think that there's a risk at this point. We don't see the waves for Democrats to take control of the House. The Senate is different. I think it really does hang in the balance, and each one of those races is running on its own. I was just in New Hampshire. That's an extremely tight race with Senator Kelly Ayotte trying to hold on there. The Democrat Governor Maggie Hassan is challenging and essentially tied in that race. I think Nevada is a tied race with Joe Heck and
Wisconsin.
Cortez Masto. Yeah, and I think that you're going to see these races really get down to the wire, and probably 1 or 2 seats are going to make the difference in control of the U.S. Senate.
And it's really, unbalanced when you think about the Democrats and the surrogates. Their bench is deep. You've got Michelle Obama, Barack Obama. They're going to be out campaigning pretty much almost every day up until the election. They've got Joe Biden. Their bench is deep compared to the Republicans, because it's just Donald, Mike Pence, and who else? Is there anybody else that they have?
Well, they send out Rudy, they send out the children, they send out Chris Christie, and maybe Newt Gingrich too.
Yeah, and with respect to the close, the argument you think Trump is likely to make, or is it going to be, and I guess you'll find out this morning, a little bit of a ham and egg where Trump continues to try and stoke the revolt and Mike Pence kind of presents the positive go-forward vision?
Yeah, I think it'll be a mix. I do think that the main message of change and being the change agent, and you're starting to hear him say, "Aren't we tired of the Clintons?" And the fact that Hillary Clinton is supposedly looking at Joe Biden as Secretary of State, that brings up. That's not like turning the page of freshness, and so I think they're going to hit that hard, and we are the elements of change.
And what did you make of Trump this week in Charlotte, this North Carolina he needs? And he could have made a direct appeal to a lot of different component parts of the constituency in constituency in play in North Carolina. And he chose to make the appeal to black families with this New Deal for black families, the 3 parts of a New Deal that he proposed. Well, how did you interpret that choice?
Well, he was trying to make some headway into the traditional Obama coalition. And, he's trying to do that, and he's trying to visit some different communities and make that play. It's not really, I don't think, for the African-American vote. I mean, he's only at 5, 6, 7%, depending on the poll nationwide on that number. But if he could tick it up a couple points, it takes away from her. But more importantly, excuse me, it affects independents who say, no, this guy's not racist or bigoted. He's trying hard. And that, with suburban moms, that makes a difference.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, he's Bret Baier, host of Special Report, 5 p.m. weekdays, 7 p.m. on Sunday night. And this Saturday again, tomorrow, the special, 7 p.m., Americans Election HQ, How We Fight. Bret Baier anchors a program that looks at the U.S. military and the rules of engagement, the threats over the past 8 years, exclusive interviews from a lot of current and former intelligence officers, secretaries of defense, generals, and the like. Bret, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right. Go Cubs.
There you go.
Cubs. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, they're releasing tickets. They might release tickets at 8 a.m. at Wrigley Field. They are, but there's always some left over, and there's some handicap seats. So Ronnie was in line. Handicap seating. That's how that's working. But we'll discuss later. Forecast for today for Game 3, the World Series. It's going to be nice. It's going to be really actually a beautiful evening. 66 degrees at game time. 30-mile-per-hour gusts of wind blowing out of the ballpark, so that's good. Saturday looks absolutely spectacular. Good day to be indoors. It's going to be warm. Probably the last warm day we're going to have around here. A high in the mid-70s under plenty of sunshine. And then Sunday, cloudy, cooler, a high only in the mid-50s. Let's get the travel times. How's that Stevenson doing? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, thanks, Amy. Right now, it's fairly heavy. 58 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. There was an earlier outbound crash at the Tri-State, and it's 45 minutes from 294 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 52 minutes to get out to the Veterans Memorial. The Edens, 22 minutes. Lake Hook to the Junction. Outbound, 26. Kennedy, 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, 32. The Eisenhower, 47 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound, 38. The Ryan is 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Stop and go Harlem to the 83rd Street toll. From the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Veterans Memorial slope out into the Reagan Tollway. And Butterfield to Roosevelt. It's heavy, but the other two tollways much lighter than normal. And Northwest Indiana's clear. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, if you've heard us talk about Turnkey IT for years now on the station, and you know that they do something with IT for business. The truth is that Turnkey IT supports users, not simply computer devices. The average consumer now has just under 4 connected devices that they use daily, like smartphones, tablets, laptops, and desktops. And these devices connect to fitness devices, watches, thermostats, even refrigerators. So the professionals at Turnkey IT help you connect all of them together so your company is as connected as you want it to be. Turnkey IT has a great team of professionals who help users every day, just like you and me. From the simplest to the most complex systems, they make technology workable, usable, and reliable. So if you're tired of just settling for technology and want to really make your technology work for you, visit turnkey.pro today to see how simple and affordable it can be to get your tech world spinning. That's turnkey.pro, turnkey.pro.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Gina Labus, President and CEO of Mid-States Glass and Metal and a customer of Signature Bank since 2011. As we expanded our business into all aspects of the glass and metal industry, we needed a bank who could grow along with us. That's when we met Mick O'Rourke, co-founder of Signature Bank. Mick and his team took the time to understand the ebbs and flows of our business. They worked with us to find a solution that would support our growth. Mid-States Glass and Metal is proud to work with Signature Bank because they support Chicagoland women-owned businesses like mine.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Ace is a place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I need to switch to LEDs. I told Brad some of our LED light bulbs are on sale for less than $2 per bulb.
Ace is a place where you can save money when buying LEDs and save energy and the environment. It's a start.
Head to Ace now through Monday and get a 3-pack of Fight 60-watt LED bulbs for $5.99 with instant savings. That's less than $2 per bulb. Offer valid through October 31st at participating stores. Ace Rewards members save $1 instantly in store. Store stock only. See store for details.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural healthcare practitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, round and round.
Yeah.
Who sang that?
Round and round. Rat.
Oh, nice. Oh,
What
you got
comes
one.
around goes. Don't question me.
I
about
didn't
that.
ask you to sing it. I just wanted you to
You know,
identify the artist.
Just when I thought I couldn't love Mike Pence anymore, I love him even more.
Yeah, Mike Pence.
So he's my new Sully.
It wasn't a big deal, but you wouldn't know that from how Trump described it.
Oh no.
I just spoke to our future vice president, and he's okay. Do you know he was in a big accident with a plane? The plane skidded off the runway and was pretty close to grave danger. But I just spoke to Mike Pence, and he's fine. He got out. Everybody's fine.
I don't know whether to
Everybody's
clap or not.
fine.
I mean,
yeah. So wait, he is alive?
That is just insane.
He had a big accident with a plane.
But he's okay.
Normally, that description doesn't turn out well.
Well, his 737 that it was on skidded off the runway. I know
Yeah.
all of you know that, but it's some intense moments. I mean, they almost went into the highway, but those crushable concrete barriers stopped them. But what I love about Mike Pence, he ran back, made sure his family was okay, then ran back to make sure the press corps was okay. Was one of the last people to get off the plane because they had to deplane out the rear of the aircraft, and then he went and talked to the first responders. I mean, he's
Now-
my new Sully.
Now, is it true that We Too Low was flying that plane?
Stop it. Holy.
Was something wrong? The co-pilot?
Me too. Onchi Ba or Dak Bang was the head flight attendant.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't confirmed those
Well, we haven't got the
names,
list
but-
of the pilot and the co-pilot
No,
yet.
but we will report them when they are confirmed, the staffing of that 737. Also, you'll only hear this here. We got the exclusive audio.
Oh, the cockpit audio, right?
Yeah, the black box, as it were.
Yeah.
Of what happened when they touched down in the Pence plane.
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Flight 209 now arriving, gate 8. Gate 9. Gate 10.
And I thought Leslie Nielsen was dead. Apparently not.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Your area rugs and carpets take a lot of abuse. Imagine if you were walked on every day. All the dirt from pets, kids, and spills pushed into your poor rug and carpet fibers. It's a tough job being a floor covering. It's even tougher to get them cleaned properly. Get the job done right the first time. Call Matthew Klugian and Sons, awarded the best carpet and rug cleaner in Chicago. Since 1938, Matthew Klugian and Sons nationally recognized state-of-the-art cleaning plant and service center have been cleaning, repairing, and restoring area rugs and carpets to the highest quality possible. Klugian and Sons will clean and sanitize your dirty rugs like no other. They clean museum-quality rugs and will treat your rugs and carpets with the same exceptional care. Visit Matthew Klugian and Sons showroom at 1421 West Devon Avenue when you're searching for new or antique area rugs or custom carpeting. Now save 50% on deodorizing with an area rug cleaning order. Klugian and Sons. Find them online at KLUJIANrugs.com or call 773-743-1300.
Is this election and all of its uncertainty causing you sleepless nights? Yes. If you're worried about the effect of what a new president in office will have on your portfolio, you're not alone. It's time to consider Online Trading Academy. They'll teach you how to navigate the stock market and show you the tools and techniques to prepare you for any outcome, even this presidential election. Online Trading Academy's certified instructors teach you a rules-based strategy. You'll learn to trade on knowledge and identify market changes before they happen. So reserve your seat today for a free half-day training course at their education facility in Lombard. All you do is text the word income to 313131. That's income to 313131. Text now, and Online Trading Academy will secure your seat and send you a free home video study course valued at $247. So text income to 313131 now.
AM 560. The Answer.
Okay. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. What is coming up?
The rent is too damn high, and so are property taxes in Illinois. We'll talk to Dan Patlack of the Cook County Board of Review at 7:37.
And then gearing up for tonight's World Series Game 3. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Partly cloudy, 45. Hillary Clinton's lead over Donald Trump shrinking rapidly, according to an ABC News Washington Post tracking poll showing the Democrat nominee up 3 points over Trump. Trump's number is 2 points higher than it was in the last tracking poll. Republican vice presidential nominee Mike Pence says he's grateful for everyone's concern after a plane he was on skidded off the runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport.
It was about 10 seconds of uncertainty as we landed. We had a low ceiling, came in. But once we were on the ground, you could tell they were trying to stop the aircraft as quickly as possible. It slid back and forth a little bit.
CBS This Morning had Pence talking about that experience. His advisor later, Juan Pablo Andrade, says it's full speed ahead from here for Pence.
A lot of the members of her campaign are also saying this is a major setback in our campaign, which is completely false. But, Governor Pence is going to be on Morning Joe early in the morning and then straight to North Carolina as planned for the stump for Mr. Trump there.
The plane skidded off the runway in rainy conditions has been removed. Crews are still working to repair that damaged runway. It is a big early court victory for Brexit. A judge in Northern Ireland rules here that they are dismissing a legal challenge to Britain's decision to leave the European Union. A group of politicians in Northern Ireland had sued, arguing that lawmakers should have a say on whether to trigger negotiations with Europe. World Series Game 3 played tonight at Wrigley for the first time since 1945. The Northsiders send Kyle Hendricks to the mound. They will be without Kyle Schwarber. He'll be without his bat, except in a pinch-hitting role. Denied medical clearance to play the outfield because of his rehab from knee surgery. A certificate of innocence handed a Chicago man whose conviction for the 1992 rape and murder of a 6-year-old boy was vacated last month. It allows Mark Maxim to seek nearly $200,000 in reimbursement from the state. Police are investigating multiple paintball gun attacks in Evanston. Authorities say they received 4 reports of people being hit or shot at by the paintballs from passing vehicles. One man was struck in the eye and is recovering from surgery. NBA, Dwayne Wade, 22, a late dagger in a win over Boston, 105-99. The news, a service of Burger King breakfast. What's the best place to have your breakfast? How about on a warm croissant? Right now at Burger King, get 2 Croissandwich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. A light, flaky croissant piled high with savory sausage or delicious, thick-cut smoked bacon. 2 Croissandwich, $4 only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. 7:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Have you racked up more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by, making minimum payments? You should know the credit card companies are tricking you into thinking there's no way out. Credit card companies would rather you didn't know that there are ways you can become debt-free and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. There are debt relief programs that help people like you escape overwhelming credit card debt. National Debt Relief has helped tens of thousands of people just like you reduce more than $500 million of debt. National Debt Relief has helped so many people they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan. You have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Reduce a large portion of your debt now. Call National Debt Relief at 800-518-4020. 800-518-4020. 800-518-4020.
Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Spend $100 in-store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. The following is a paid political announcement.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no! Oh, it's the property tax bill.
Rising property taxes can be scary, but thousands of homeowners have done something about it by appealing their assessments. Hi, I'm Dan Patlack, your commissioner at the Cook County Board of Tax Review. As the only Republican on the board, I've kept my promise to serve full-time and be a watchdog, making sure that property owners appealing their assessments pay no more than their fair share of taxes.
As the only candidate who is a certified Illinois assessing officer, graduate of the Real Estate Institute, and a former township assessor, taxpayer advocate Dan Patlack has been the featured speaker at over 200 assessment appeal seminars, teaching thousands of property owners how to appeal their assessments. Dan Patlack is endorsed by the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Daily Herald, and the Illinois Committee for Honest Government. Vote for Dan Patlack for Cook County Board of Review. Paid for by Citizens for Dan Patlack.
7:37. Check of the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens is 22 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy, 37 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32. The Eisenhower, 49 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 43. Stevenson is an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Ryan is 31 minutes now from 95th to downtown, outbound 5 at 15. The Tri-State has northbound delays from 111th to the 83rd Street toll, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Veterans Memorial still Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways are fine. Traffic has a service of Sam's Club. Trick or treat your way into Sam's Club this Halloween and stock up on all your favorite treats. Feed your monsters with 30 delicious cupcakes, only $14.98. Sam's Club will make your party a thriller. Join and save. Sam's Club. Life is better in the club. See Club for details. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Increasingly windy today, intervals of clouds and sun, high 66. Breezy and mild, increasing clouds, low 62 overnight. Winds are picking up already. They're at 8 to 10 miles an hour from the southwest and 45 degrees. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we've done a couple of important stories, and I'm very appreciative of our attentive listeners who connect the dots sometimes when we fail to, Amy. And this is such an example.
Don't put that hate on me, Ricky Bobby.
No, I'm not. I'm taking ownership. Now, here's the thing.
Yes.
We may mention that the dude who defaced Trump's star on the Walk of Fame, he has been apprehended.
Well, they picked him up at his house, and what he was going to do is he was going to hold a press conference first and then turn himself into LAPD, and LAPD said, no, we're taking you in right now for felony vandalism.
Yeah, it was an act of civil disobedience, he said, because
of what?
He wanted to extract Trump's star, auction off to raise money for the women who claimed Trump sexually assaulted them in decades past.
Please.
This is the same guy, by the way, who 7 years earlier, 2009, auctioned off items belonging to Gandhi at with the opposition of the Indian government, and he said he planned to sell the money he raised from auctioning off those items that the Indian government claimed were the people's property to promote pacifism. This
oh my God,
this goofball is ironically James Otis. He's an heir to the Otis Elevator Company fortune.
So he's a trust fund baby, probably.
Yeah, Idle Minds. In the Devil's Workshop. In a related story.
Is there a mistake that you made or something?
No, in a related story.
Yeah.
We talked about this, how the closed door button on elevators.
Oh, yeah. Was just a joke.
They've been fake since the 1990s. You're being duped, people. Wake up. And the Amish texter.
Here we go.
Properly observed. I want to quote him. I don't want to take him out of context. I want to use his words. First, the Otis guy jacks up Trump's star. Now you tell me he installed a fake closed door button. The fix is in. This is proof that the system is rigged, and Trump should pick up on James Otis, connect it to the elevator button story, and let's call the whole election off, is my point. Mark Kirk, I think, wishes he could call last night's debate off.
Ooh, it's making national news what happened.
Well, it's interesting. It's an interesting choice he made. Tammy Duckworth talking about her service and her connection to Daughters of the American Revolution, because her father, who served the country, also has lineage that dates back to the American Revolution.
Right.
And this is how that went down.
My family has served this nation in uniform going back to the Revolution. I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. I've bled for this nation. But I still want to be there in the Senate when the drums of war sound, because people are quick to sound the drums of war, and I want to be there to say, this is what it costs, this is what you're asking us to do, and if that's the case, I'll go. Families like mine are the ones that bleed first. But let's make sure the American people understand what we are engaging in, and let's hold our allies accountable, because we can't do it all.
Senator Kirk, 30 seconds to rebut.
I had forgotten that your parents came all the way from Thailand to serve George Washington.
Yeah. She was born in Thailand. Her mother was born in China, but her father is from the United States.
Yeah. Mark Kirk, would you like to use your other 25 seconds that you still have on that rebuttal?
Dead silence.
Or would you just like to say bye, everybody?
Bye.
Senator.
Yeah, he stepped in it. Yeah,
Senator
it's bad.
D-elect Mark Kirk. If that was an attempt at a clever quip, if he was trying to make a funny, here's a suggestion. When you try to employ humor, use the funny kind.
Right. When they saying it was a racist dig, that's how they're calling it this morning. That it was a big wow moment. I mean, it was a small debate in Springfield, Illinois. It wouldn't have gotten any
There are
attention
no
nationally.
small debates. There are only small ideas.
Okay, Dan. Anyway,
Mhm.
it wouldn't have gotten national attention, but he stepped in. It was very. I saw it, and it was very uncomfortable to watch.
Yes, the moderator quickly turned to State Journal Register reporter Bernie Schoenberg.
like,
And Bernie, you got the next question. Let's just kind of paper over that and keep moving. And Tammy Duckworth chose not to take the bait. But she is going to take that Senate seat. So going to have to look to, if you're thinking about, like, I want to focus on control of the Senate, maybe go up north of the cheese curtain and help Ron Johnson, because Mark Kirk is beyond help. All right, staying at the state level, but getting a little bit more local. We're now pleased to be joined by another incumbent who is on the ballot on November 8th. He is Dan Patlak, who is a Republican candidate and incumbent for the Cook County Board of Review. This is the tax review body in Cook County. Dan, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hi, Dan and Amy. Hey, it's great to be on a show that I wake up to every morning.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
I really do. And I want a Dan Patlak sign because I've never seen more signs in my life.
Well, it's
the Dan Patlak signs, which is good. The bright yellow, it works.
It's Steelers colors, which I like.
Amy, I have a feeling you don't live in my district, but if you want a sign, we'll get one out there in front of your house.
My
today.
dad has one. Don't worry. My family lives in your district, so you're covered. We got you covered.
All right.
Fantastic.
Are you two done now? Can we get on to the
Well, I was going
substantive
to say hi to
policy
his wife,
discussions?
too. He's got a lovely wife.
It does.
Yes.
It's a lovely family. The Patlak family
No,
is
they're
lovely.
good people.
Lovely people. They're from northwest suburban Cook County, like you. Now, unlike you, they didn't grow up in a nudist colony, but they're still from the same region. That's the point. So, Dan, for people who are not well versed in this and think that if you want to appeal your property taxes, you just have to retain Mike Madigan's law firm, explain the job of the Board of Review and your job as a commissioner and its import as people try and kind of remember candidates and jobs and issues going into to complete their ballot in the next 2 weeks.
Sure, Dan. The Cook County Board of Review is the county office that reviews property assessment appeals. So if you own any sort of property, whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, or vacant land, and you think your assessment is unfairly high, you can come to our office. You can file an appeal, present whatever evidence you have at your disposal. We will review that appeal. And if we agree with you that you're overassessed, we will reduce your assessment. And in most cases, that causes a reduction in the taxes you would otherwise have to pay.
And so you don't have to hire a lawyer. I mean, I get mail every day saying, I'll help reduce your property taxes. Sign with me. You can represent
no, as a
yourself.
matter of fact, you don't have to hire an attorney unless you are an incorporated property, which most residential properties are not. You are not required to hire an attorney. And the process is fairly simple. I hold assessment appeal seminars regularly. As a matter of fact, this week I've done 4 of them, one in Mount Greenwood, Willow Springs, LaGrange, and last night in Elk Grove, where I explained to taxpayers how the process works, where they can get their evidence, how they can file their appeal and file their evidence. And you can do it on your own. There are attorneys who do this for a living, and if you don't want to do the work of filing the appeal, you can certainly hire one of them, but I recommend to people that the process is simple enough that you can do it on your own.
And what is the percentage of people who appeal that are successful in seeing their assessment and then by extension their property taxes reduced?
Well, it can vary greatly from year to year. I started at the Board of Review as an analyst in 1999, and that year 54% of all the appeals filed received a reduction of some sort. Last year, the number was 60%, but since 1999, I've seen the numbers go up and down. I've seen a high of 73% in one particular year, and I've seen a low of 49%.
So you've got a pretty good chance, better than even chance, even money chance normally, to have a reduction if you go through this process. And I suppose that prompts the question, what does that say about our property tax classification system if you see assessments that are so routinely reduced upon inspection? I know you're not a policymaker with respect to how property tax system works, but you certainly have to have some comment on that.
Sure. Well, Cook County is the second largest county in the entire nation. And Cook County is the only county in Illinois where the county assessor is in charge of assessing all property. All other counties, you have township assessors doing it, so they have much smaller areas that they have to assess. In our case, the Cook County assessor has to reassess 1/3 of Cook County each year. He does it northern suburban, which he's doing this year, south suburban, and the city. There's 1.8 million total parcels of property. So we use a system, I shouldn't say we, the assessor uses a system of mass appraisal. They do something called regression analysis. And because they're not looking at the homes individually, there are a lot of mistakes made. But fortunately, we have an appeal process which allows people to get those mistakes corrected.
Well, and it's such a big deal because Chicagoans, Cook County residents, Illinoisans pay, in terms of a percentage of their home's value, almost twice as much as many of our neighboring states.
Yeah, property taxes are high, and for many people, their property taxes are higher than their income tax or any amount of sales tax they pay or anything else. So our goal at the Board of Review is fairness, to make sure that the assessment on each property that is appealed is fair and is uniform with other similar properties. And we've got 3 commissioners that run the Board of Review. I'm the only Republican. But, if you want to get anything done, you have to be able to work with your colleagues, and the 3 of us are able to do that. We put our partisan differences aside to make sure that the board is run efficiently and fairly. And
you're not only the only Republican on the board, you're also the highest elected Republican official in Cook County, aren't you?
I am. Now, I'd like that to change. I'd like to see some other Republicans elected to high county office. But for now, my district encompasses 1.7 million people. That's about 2.5 congressional districts. So I do represent more people than any other Republican in Cook County.
All right. And people want more information on the campaign, more information on you. Where do they go?
They should go to my website at electpatlack.com. They can request a yard sign. They can make a contribution, or they can volunteer to help us with door knocking and other grassroots activity. Elect Patlack, P-A-T-L-A-K, electpatlack.com is the website. Dan Patlack, Republican candidate and Commissioner, Cook County Board of Review. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Thanks, Dan and Amy.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
I got it all figured out. For Halloween, I'm going to be a Patlack sign because there's so many different sizes of his campaign signs. I just put them all over my body.
Just remember Patlack. Like Aflac, and that's the way.
Patlack. All right, today it's going to be just a beautiful day for Game 3 of the World Series right here at Wrigley Field. Oh, it's been so long, 71 years, and the forecast is going to be beautiful. At game time, 65 degrees, but it will be windy, gusts of up to 30 miles per hour. Gusts out of the ballpark, so that's good. And then Saturday looks spectacular. It's going to be very warm, unseasonably warm. A high of 73 degrees with mostly sunny skies. And on Sunday, cloudy, cooler, not so great, a high of just 56 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, at least for this morning, Amy, traffic is not as scary as that property tax bill. It'll change tonight around Wrigley Field. You won't want to be near the ballpark. You won't be able to be in a car. The area is going to be pretty well blocked off with all kinds of parking bans. Right now, though, the expressways, well, they could be a lot worse. Kennedy, it's 37 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32. The Eden's just 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Eisenhower, 49 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 43. The Stevenson is 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. The Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. There's a crash in the express at Garfield. Tri-State northbound, slow 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis and Ogden to 31st. Then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. But the other tollways are much lighter than normal. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Uh-oh, why are you laughing? Is it a good text message? Fine. I know a perfect holiday gift, Dan. Did you guess? Yep, it's MyPillow. And MyPillow will extend the money-back guarantee through March. Plus, if you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second one and 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. I keep one in my car when I take naps. It's perfect. Hillary Clinton has one. Just kidding. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, all for the price of one with that extended money-back guarantee. This, my folks, is the best offer ever. The National Sleep Foundation made MyPillow their official pillow. It's washable to remove germs that cause allergies, acne, and asthma, and you will sleep better too. I guarantee it. So visit MyPillow.com, click the Radio Listener Special tab, and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of one, plus that extended money-back guarantee through March for your holiday gifts. Or you can call 800-489-0201, mention the Radio Listener Special, and be sure to use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com, or 800-489-0201.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word trial to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text trial to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text trial to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my. It's the most.
I just spoke
that I've ever bought in my life.
To our future vice president, and he's okay. Do you know he was in a big accident with a plane?
He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything, and 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
So, Dan, the big game tonight. I've had a lot of people call me, text me for lodging, parking, and even tickets. We could spend a whole 4 hours of people contacting me from Wisconsin, Michigan, Holland, as in Amsterdam. Where else? New York, New Jersey, Wisconsin. They're all coming in for the game.
Kyle Schwarber not coming in for the game. I mean, maybe to pinch hit, but he can't play because the doctor hasn't cleared him to play in the field.
Yeah, and and he said he's fine with that, and that he's ready to pinch hit if need be. But also with Kyle Schwarber, I don't know if you saw the cutest thing ever. He was in show choir in high school,
which was like 5 minutes ago.
So yesterday, they had the players.
George, you're an idiot.
I
want to get this right, man. Straighten up here a little bit.
All the players decided to dress up like him, and they got in front of a green screen, and his high school performance was on, and they were mocking, doing the same moves that he was doing.
The Napoleon Dynamite movie was loosely based on the life of Kyle Schwarber.
Well, it's so sweet. It's so cute. And he's from Ohio, too, and they're playing the Indians, so it's, kind of a special deal.
Also, John Kruk called Kyle Schwarber, and he wants his body type back.
But, I mean, really, you can't love the Cubs anymore, and then they have so much fun. They're such a loose, relaxed ball club, and we're going to win tonight.
Well, that's why this news is so difficult
what?
to share with you. And this comes to us from Stratomatic, the authority when it comes to simulating baseball games based on the stats.
It's what gamblers use and check out before they place a bet. Yes, go on,
I don't
Dan.
know that you need to make it ugly. It's a fantasy content, but sabermetrically approved. Statomatic Baseball Daily, they played out this year's World Series just like they did last year.
Okay, I'm going to get
Simulated all the games, again, based on the stats, taking everything into account, including the parking situation in Lakeview. They took it all into account. They had Cleveland winning game 1 4-0.
Wow, it was 6-0. Okay, go on.
They had the Cubs winning the second game 11-2.
And it was 5-1. All right.
They have Cleveland winning tonight 1-0.
Really? Okay.
They
didn't factor in the win, but all right, go on.
They did factor in the wind. They heard about the 30-mile gusts that were coming. The wind is factored in.
Blowing out, so that should be more runs. But all right.
1-0. Cleveland. Game 4 in 10 innings. Cleveland wins 4-3.
Gosh. All right.
Chicago stays alive in Game 5, wins 2-0, and then in Game 6, Amy,
yes, the game I'm going to. Yes, and
7-2 Cleveland for a Cleveland World Series championship in 6 games, as I predicted. And there is no possible way that the combined omniscience of Stratomatic and me can be wrong. And I just wanted you to know that in advance.
Okay, thank you.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio, Chicago's safe money specialist.
We are going to manage a portfolio to the extent where every single month you know and you feel confident that no matter what market it is, that you don't need to play the guessing game and time the market, because it's not timing the market, it's time in the market.
Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money specialist. Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah. Guess who's back? Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to be back at 8:08, and here's an argument and a question for our friends. When Trump wins, should he preemptively pardon Hillary Clinton to unite the country? Take your calls, 312-642-5600.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Cubs and Indians Game 3 of the World Series tonight. Parking headaches already reported around Wrigley. Multiple paintball gun attacks in Evanston, and a cloudy day ahead through the morning. High of 66. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Mike Pence says he's doing great now, but last night was scary.
We had about 10 seconds of uncertainty at the end of that landing.
Donald Trump's running mate's plane skidded off a runway into a concrete barrier at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Pence says he's
so thankful to our pilots and, frankly, to the first responders.
Nobody was hurt in that runway. Just reopened a little over an hour ago. Pence will campaign later in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Trump will hit New Hampshire, then Maine, then Iowa, likely attacking the Clintons again over WikiLeaks releases of her campaign's hacked emails he claims show corruption. The Republican joked in Ohio last night she's so bad.
We should just cancel the election and just give it to Trump, right? What are we even having it for?
Hillary Clinton still attacking Trump for various statements the Democrat says are offensive.
It just made me boil when Donald Trump disrespected a Gold Star family. Mr. and Mrs. Khan.
She'll hold 2 campaign events in Iowa today. Now, the economy is a big part of the election campaign, and we're getting a new report showing improvement. Fox's Ginny Casola details it live.
Dave, the economy expanded at a stronger than expected pace in the recent quarter. The increase, 2.9%, is the strongest reading in 2 years. But the Commerce Department also says consumer spending rose 2.1%, an improvement, but not as strong as expected. This all appears to confirm the Federal Reserve's view that the economy is growing, but at a modest pace. Dave?
Now, on Wall Street, stock futures are higher ahead of the opening bell. In Iraq, security forces keep capturing villages near Mosul, trying to recapture that city from ISIS. But there are reports that the terrorists are using tens of thousands of civilians as human shields. And the U.S. military says it's carried out airstrikes near Mosul to try to prevent those militants from taking more civilians for shields. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are partly cloudy right now. We have 41 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man in critical condition at this hour. Following a shooting this early morning on Lakeshore Drive. Police say the victim was shot while driving near Grand Avenue. Officers found him in a white van with gunshot wounds to the face. The northbound lanes of Lakeshore Drive were blocked off while authorities searched for evidence. World Series at Wrigley tonight for the first time since 1945. Game 3 of the Fall Classic. Kyle Hendricks on the mound facing Josh Tomlin. Hendricks on the advantages of pitching in his home ballpark.
I don't know if we can consciously take advantage of it, but definitely we're going to be more comfortable in the conditions and being here at home, obviously. And I think they may be a little uncomfortable not being here in a while. Other than that, whether the wind's blowing out or in, it's going to be the same game plan for me.
Best of 7 set is tied at 1 game apiece. Police are investigating following multiple paintball gun attacks in Evanston. Authorities say they received 4 reports of people being shot at or hit by paintballs from passing vehicles. And a Naperville high school student is the only person in the world to earn a perfect score on the AP Physics exam. Naperville North sophomore Jason Shia was the only student out of over 170,000 worldwide to accomplish the feat. The 16-year-old took the AP exam this past May. College Board officials started offering that test last year. Dwayne Wade, 22, passes his AP exam. His initial Bulls tryout of victory over Boston 105-99 last night. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Amazon is seeing more customers for its cloud unit, Amazon Web Services. Despite competition, the unit continues to see strong growth as companies switch to third-party storage instead of building their own data centers. Amazon's profit was lower in the recent quarter, though, as it invested in fulfillment centers, video content, product development, and paid for shipping. Gannett might not be able to complete its purchase of the Chicago Tribune parent company, Tronc. Bloomberg says banks financing the deal have backed out, concerned about the health of the two companies. Gannett is parent company of USA Today. Hershey's earnings were stronger than expected, though it was a mixed quarter. Revenue was disappointing. Xerox continues to see weaker sales of printers and copiers. It reported a weak quarter. The Dow closed down 29 yesterday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
If I ask you to visualize an extremely ambitious person, you might think of someone who's willing to lie, cheat, steal, and climb over bodies to reach the top. As Ayn Rand once said, quote, "The word ambition has been perverted to mean only the pursuit of dubious or evil goals, such as the pursuit of power. But rational, creative people can be extremely ambitious without behaving immorally and without taking pleasure in defeating others. Scientists, businessmen, artists, productive people on every level of ability display ambition whenever they're engaged in a systematic pursuit of achievement. As Ayn Rand put it, quote, "A creative man is motivated by the desire to achieve, not by the desire to beat others." From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brook's Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ariradio.com and click on the Donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation.
8:06, check the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. This weekend around Wrigley Field, there is a large area around the ballpark. Street closures and parking bans in effect all weekend due to the World Series. The Edens inbound has mild delays starting in Elston. 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy is holding at 37 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. 26 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound, looking at a travel time of 34 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower, 55 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 47. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, slow southbound Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State stop and go 95th to 47th and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial heavy, Mountain to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, increasingly windy with intervals of clouds and sun, high 66. Breezy and mild tonight with increasing clouds, low 62. Breezy and warm tomorrow with sun and clouds, high 73 and a low 49. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
41 at O'Hare, 44 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Investments in securities involves the risk of loss. The following is a far too common tale of investing in annuities. A successful couple invested a large portion of their savings in annuities, thinking they were a safe way to guarantee a dependable income stream no matter what the market did. But it didn't take long for them to regret their decision. They were locked into low returns, faced potential tax consequences, and that they couldn't get out of their annuities without paying huge penalties. They were stuck, and so was their money. Suddenly, their retirement hopes and dreams were in danger. But it didn't have to happen to them, and it doesn't have to happen to you. You can avoid the annuity trap. Here's one way. Get the free report, Annuity Insights, your guide to better understanding annuities, by calling 1-800-396-3336. Written by Forbes columnist and money manager Ken Fisher's firm. This powerful report could help save you from major financial heartache, and it's offered today for free. If you have an annuity or are considering one, claim your free annuities guide today. Hurry, free copies are limited. Call now, 1-800-396-3336. 1-800-396-3336.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Just on the Cubs thing.
Yes, sir.
So we talked about how ESPN slighted the White Sox. Chicago championships versus Cleveland championships in the last half a century. 10 championships, 6 Bulls, 3 Hawks, 1 Bears. No mention of the White Sox. And then, of course, Cleveland, the 1 Cavs championship this year.
You know what? I feel bad for you guys. I really do.
Now you know why.
Because it's rude. Now that's why you got that big chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, you know why we're always so irascible.
You're like the bad boys, but you get disrespected, and that was on a national level, and that was awful.
The Chicago Tribune did the same thing. The Chicago Tribune did the exact same thing. They forgot about the 2005 White Sox World Series championship.
You're kidding me.
No. And then
they did an article about past championships, and they forgot.
Yeah, they gave
they erased history.
They give a half-assed correction.
ESPN should be apologizing, and the White Sox, they should offer a full-page apology.
Washington Post did the same thing.
Oh my! They owe us an apology too.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't a big deal. It was a big deal.
Wasn't a big deal. It was huge.
And there was a big crowd to celebrate. 3
million people showed up for the parade or something.
I don't know if it was that many, but
that's what I said when I worked at Channel 5. There's millions of people here. 3 million.
Media math's like government math, but it's.
But I'm by baseball, so I appreciated the White Sox. Loved that team. That was another fun group of guys who were cool and loose and relaxed and talented.
Except A.J. Pierzynski.
Oh, A.J. was great, though. He served a role. He was the enforcer. He was the screamer.
Can I offer my favorite A.J. Pierzynski line?
Go. I'll tell you a line, too.
Ozzie Guillen on A.J. Pierzynski. A.J. Pierzynski's the kind of guy that when he's on the other team, you hate him. And when he's on your team, you hate him a little bit less. I love that line. It's true.
It's so true.
Yeah, it's so good.
I thought you were going to say it with his accent.
No.
Because we don't do that.
No. Not Al D'Amato over here. All right. So we've got an interesting. We've had some fascinating arguments this week on behalf of Donald Trump. Here's one that we talked about earlier in the week. Donald Trump is the only candidate who could potentially get impeached, and that's why you should vote for him. That's what Thomas Sowell said.
Right, so that you can get Mike Pence. Oh.
Well, not so you can have him, but the point. Sowell's point was that there's an accountability mechanism. right? That Republicans, if they controlled Congress, they would not hesitate if Trump played to his worst authoritarian excesses or lived down to the worst fears of Trump detractors. They wouldn't hesitate to move against him. Where Hillary, because she's the first woman and she'll have the media, there's no chance. And no chance Republicans would politicize it. They'll hearken back to how well the Bill Clinton impeachment went, and largely because of how they handled it. But nonetheless, they won't learn the lesson from 20 years ago. That won't happen. Now we get this argument from Roger Simon in Pajamas Media. Only Trump has a chance to bring the country together, and it's slight. Simon writes, everyone honest knows Trump is right in one regard. She, Hillary, is a crook who got away with it. But Trump, if he wins, will create aftershocks reverberating way beyond his enemies on the Upper West Side of Manhattan and Beverly Hills. We may see riots, strikes, urban discontent, unlike anything we have seen in many years. In order to govern in this parlous situation, Trump has to break one of his campaign pledges immediately, says Simon. He must pardon Hillary Clinton, not, quote unquote, lock her up, or at the very least don't initiate new punitive actions against her, satisfying as that chant has been to his loyalists and much as she may deserve it. Do you agree with that? If Trump is victorious, or thinking possibly when Trump is victorious, should he walk back his promise in the second debate, the debate in St. Louis, that he is going to ask his attorney general to appoint a special prosecutor to go after Hillary Clinton? Should he instead go the other way, pull a Ford, if you will, although this is across party lines, party lines now for Trump, and preemptively pardon her for all acts previously committed such that he would ensure she could not be prosecuted for anything she has done, and in so doing would extend an olive branch to the other side for the good of, quote-unquote, healing the country, or at least attempting to. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. What say you, Miss Amy Jacobson?
Well, it's funny you should ask.
Yes.
I was waiting for that question all
thought it
day.
might be.
No, I think that he should go for the jugular. He shouldn't for the good of the country, because she's gotten away with almost murder.
Bloodlust.
No, she has for decades. And I'm done with her. I'm sick of her. That's why I cannot possibly vote for her. There's no way in the world. And I don't think he should pardon her at all.
You think he should go after her? He should do
go
what
after
he
her.
said he would do.
Yes.
Encourage the attorney general to appoint
Get
a special prosecutor to
Yep.
reopen the case and to prosecute her if the evidence warrants it, which it most certainly does.
Well, what do you think?
I think Simon raises an interesting point. I think part of it will be to look at, there is the political component, and I understand the rule of law, but I think it's an interesting argument to play out intellectually, thinking about what Trump's challenge would be as president. They would be varied and complicated. But the idea that I'm not going to even go down this road of appearing to do the same thing that we're accusing the FBI and the Obama regime of doing, which is to politicize a prosecution, to politicize my Justice Department, to politicize the Attorney General's office. I'm not going to do it. Much as she deserved it, they chose not to do their duty. And even though it would be in furtherance of the rule of law, the political implications and thus the larger implications for the cohesion of this country are so great that they outweigh a second bite at the apple. I think that's actually a pretty good argument that Simon makes. He doesn't make it in quite those words.
The Clintons have been
but
living above the law for so long that I finally want them to get caught. They need to do their time for the crimes that they've committed.
No, I understand the instinct, but I understand the instinct.
Capital punishment.
Well, that's why I think this is kind of a fun intellectual exercise, because I think you can make a very strong argument in both directions. And part of it is, I suppose, you see what the aftermath of a Trump victory the week after November 8th looks like. There's a lot of time in between Tuesday the 8th and his assumption of office in January.
Well, even speaking of pardons, it reminds me of the Al Smith dinner with the joke, the great zinger that Trump had.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me And she very civilly said, "Pardon me."
So, yeah.
That's good. Pardon me.
Do you see what he did there?
I do.
Kelly in Montgomery.
Dan and Amy, love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I think what they should do is Trump should appoint a special prosecutor. They should come up with the evidence, present it to the American public, perhaps even come up with an indictment, and then Trump should pardon her. That would bring the nation together, but it would also ensure that Hillary Clinton would be politically completely dead.
Well, I mean, if she loses this race, she's done anyway. But yeah, okay. Thanks for the call, Kelly. So present the case. We could do this, but in the interest of the country, we're not going to do this. I don't know.
Then Trump would look weak, and that's not him.
I don't think if you're not going to do it, then I don't think you go down that road. Maybe we can make a prisoner exchange, Mike in Schaumburg, huh?
Yeah, that's what I think. Let Hillary go, but get Holder, Koskinen, and the lady babe from the IRS.
Lois Lerner.
That little sneak thief.
All right, thanks for the call, Mike. That's interesting. Do a 3-for-1. Do an Obama. Do a Bo Bergdahl for Afghan terrorists, Taliban terrorist leaders. So we pass on Hillary, but that means Holder, Lerner, and Koskinen, particularly Lerner and Koskinen, because they're in the crosshairs. Right. They need to go on to Club Fed. Interesting. Lewis in Milwaukee. Hey, Lewis.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. I've been listening to the program for many years.
Oh, thank you.
He should definitely not pardon her. He should appoint a special prosecutor and file charges. She compromised the security of this country by having her emails in her closet, and treason if possible. There's no way I would let her go.
All right. Thanks, Lewis. People want their pound of flesh. Tim in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Hello?
Yeah, hey, Tim.
Not only would I prosecute her, I would go after Bill. I go after, Loretta Lynch or whatever her name is, the FBI director. In order for this country to heal and have closure, we need to have law and order. And all those people I'm sorry, that's crooked. The meeting on the tarmac, the whole, the FBI giving her a free pass, that's all BS.
All right.
If we're going to be held accountable when we break the law as citizens, she needs to go to prison. She should look good in orange.
It's very slimming. Thanks for the call,
It's
Tim.
a pantsuit, at least.
Kurt in Park Ridge.
I don't know if she should go to prison, but we all have to have rule of law. And that last call was 100% right. And just for our military's sake, all that we put them through when we make them cross every T and dot every I, it would be great for this country to have some law and order back.
Right,
We definitely have to get a special prosecutor.
Regardless of the consequences for peace and harmony.
Yeah.
Well, no, regardless of that. I think it would be great for our country. Look at our country. There's no law and order. You have people crossing a border where they want to get them to vote, even though they're here illegally. The Democratic Party is just turning this into a banana republic. We need to bring our country back.
All right, thanks for the call, Kurt. Bill in McHenry.
Morning, Dan, and morning, Amy. Look, I'm a staunch conservative, and I've despised the Clintons the entire time I've watched them in public life. But we've just experienced 8 years of a polarized population thanks to this administration. I would recommend to President Trump that he have a similar speech to a State of the Union address. He expose all the fraud and malfeasance over the last 8 years, including Secretary Clinton, and then pardon her and get on with it. This country is eating itself alive, and I'm tired of watching it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Bill. That's kind of where I was going. Dennis in Villa Park.
Yeah, the Democrats show no mercy on anything. What this would be is just another appeasement. And if he wins, first of all, they're going to go ape. And if you want to use the election with W as an example, when he was elected, they went and trashed the frickin' White House and everything.
Yeah.
And W didn't go after him. They still attacked him and attacked him. We need law and order. And if we want law and order in this country, we have to see it from the top down.
All right, thanks
Wait,
for the call, Dennis.
Who
Now,
trashed the White House? What?
the Clintons on the way out. It's just like this, they took the crystal stemware and the silverware and everything else that wasn't nailed down. I guess my point is to posit this thought that we could be them, but they couldn't be us. So we don't want to emulate their bad behavior, do we?
No.
Even if their bad behavior continues when we provide an allowance to demonstrate, our superior standards. I guess that's my point. Ray and Elgin.
I'm eating.
Sorry, Ray, don't interrupt Amy. She's eating, but go ahead. Hey, Ray.
Ray.
Hey, I'm out here.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't hear you talk to me. I was thinking, why is it that we're always being told it's up to us to have to extend the olive branch, pulled up on our principles for the sake of peace? The other side's never told that. We're just going to fold up all our principles once we're in power. Why don't we just make Mark Kirk our president?
Okay, Ray. That's a little extreme. Diane in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have at least, as we know, 4 dead in Benghazi, probably a nuclear scientist dead because of her. And I think all of the money from the foundation, every last penny, should go to help the military. And Bill and Hillary, they definitely need jail time. Chelsea, I don't know, and I don't care.
All right, thanks, Diane. Dave and Racine.
I think that we should be a little more ecumenical and maybe take advantage of her vast experience and maybe appoint Hillary Clinton as ambassador to Libya.
There you go. Zing. Thanks for the call, Dave. Marianne and Wilmette.
Hi. This is a really fun discussion to have at a cocktail party, but I think that, number one, she cannot be pardoned. I think what she did is way worse than what Nixon did, and I think it would be awful if Trump pardoned her. And I'm just reminded of what, my mother would say, she's going to pay for it either here or in the next life. But I'm telling you, I'm with you, Amy. I want to see them pay for it because they've gotten away with things for too long, and I'm fed up.
All right, thanks for the call, Marianne. And by the way, Amy is drinking, so it's like a cocktail party.
It is a cocktail party. Water. It's
Sean
great.
from Elmwood Park.
It's a 2-part question. The first part is her. What she has done is enrich our enemies and weaken our allies. What she has done is sell them, prostitute the power of government in her office. That's treason. There's no pardoning treason. So she must be prosecuted. Now, the second thing are the morons who call themselves Democrats. You cannot make friends with communists. They are self-loathing, deranged, and devout in their worship of tyranny over their fellow man, which is why we have fought 4 wars, lost hundreds of thousands of men to defeat the ideology of socialism and communism and the Soviet-style collectivism that the party promotes. They must be crushed, each and every one of them, squashed, eliminated, get rid of them. I'm tired of going to grave sites and seeing private first-class this and sergeant that and hearing stories of all our veterans who now are voting the very policies you sent these kids off to die for. And we pretend we're going to get along with them. It's a cancer, and it needs to be cut out immediately.
All right, thanks, Sean. That was the most cogent I've heard Sean in weeks. Bill on the north side.
Yes, earlier you were saying it's going to divide the country. But if we give her a reduced sentence and have full cooperation, if she gets the reduced sentence and she'll get full cooperation with the investigation, she'll start talking about this one and that one on both sides of the aisle, and then they'll start talking about something to save their rear end, and it'll snowball, and we'll do just like Trump said, drain that filthy swamp. We'll get rid of all them people because they're just thieves. They don't care about our country. They care about themselves. And what Sean said about our soldiers, God bless our soldiers. That's all I can say. I feel sorry for them that even have to walk in the building with that witch.
All right.
But have a nice day.
Thanks for the call, Bill, on that note.
Wow.
Hasn't anybody read Merchant of Venice? The quality of mercy is not strained.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, are you considering buying a piece of diamond jewelry now or in the near future? MJ Miller & Company has a tip you might not have heard before. Buy your diamond loose. Many times a flaw can be hidden under a prong once the gem is set in a mounting. A loose stone allows the viewing of the entire diamond under magnification in many different positions. This advantage is multiplied when a diamond is compared to others and subtle differences emerge. If you already have your loose diamond, consider the on-premise designers at MJ Miller. They can create the perfect setting, complementing the gem while honoring your taste and budget. And of course, nobody has more loose diamonds in every color than MJ Miller and Company. MJ Miller is at 123 West Main Street in Barrington, next to Egg Harbor. They're open Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Friday until 6, every Thursday evening until 8, and Saturday until 5. Call 847-381-7900 or visit mjmillerjewelers.com. MJ Miller and Company, your trusted family jeweler.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no! Oh, it's the property tax bill.
Rising property taxes can be scary, but thousands of homeowners have done something about it by appealing their assessments. Hi, I'm Dan Patlak, your commissioner at the Cook County Board of Tax Review. As the only Republican on the board, I've kept my promise to serve full-time and be a watchdog, making sure that property owners appealing their assessments pay no more than their fair share of taxes.
As the only candidate who is a certified Illinois assessing officer, graduate of the Real Estate Institute, and a former township assessor, taxpayer advocate Dan Patlak has been the featured speaker at over 200 assessment appeal seminars, teaching thousands of property owners how to appeal their assessments. Dan Patlak is endorsed by the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Daily Herald, and the Illinois Committee for Honest Government. Vote for Dan Patlak for Cook County Board of Review. Paid for by Citizens for Dan Patlak.
Hey, it's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Escape to Wisconsin with the overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room. It's a 2-room luxury suite with a private bath. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies. Yours for only $85 a couple. That's a $169 value. Hey, if you need to stay closer to home and want a night out, then laugh out loud and be a part of the show at Comedy Sports Improv. Tickets are normally $44 a pair, but find them at ChicagoRadioDeals.com for only $22. Hey, be sure to get your car ready for summer cruising with a deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove. A full summer, did I say summer? Fall. The full-service car wash package includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, an $18 deal for just $10. Fun and adventure. It's all waiting for you, only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
I said summer, I meant fall cruising.
Summer lovin' is what you said.
It had me a blast. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to C. Stephen Tucker, Obamacare expert, and we'll also hear from our millennials, those that need your sponsorship. And they will display their understanding of Obamacare.
Oh, what is that healthcare premium you speak of?
Cinch it up and hunker down at 8:38.
And then later, we're ending the show with the Cubs. Should I give my World Series ticket to Ronnie Woo Woo? But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
42 degrees. We have partly sunny skies, and we're following developments in the Middle East at this hour. The UN says ISIS has executed 230 people near Mosul. It has taken tens of thousands of others as human shields. The terror group executed dozens of civilians south of Mosul Wednesday, more yesterday, as well as 190 former Iraqi security forces for refusing to join them. Republican Vice Presidential nominee
We're going to
Mike
work
Pence
on our
carries out his regular
so that
campaign
you take a
schedule
look
after
at
his
what's
plane
going
skidded
on,
off a runway
where
at
you
New
have
York's
pockets
LaGuardia
of
Airport.
areas of land where you have the inner cities and you have so
Pence says
many
he's grateful
things,
for
so many
everyone's
problems,
concern.
so many
He's back
horrible,
on the campaign trail
horrible
with Donald
problems.
Trump, who also hits 3 states today.
I just
Trump's
spoke
son going after the
to our
millennial
future
vote
vice
in
president,
Arizona last
and he's
night.
okay. Do you know he was in a big accident with a plane? The plane skidded off the runway and was pretty close to grave danger. But I just spoke to Mike Pence.
Trump. The energy at Republican rallies is so much more greater.
I weep for the future. Student crowd at the ASU Tempe campus.
I weep for the future.
Holding events in Iowa, Cedar Rapids, and Des Moines today. Yesterday, campaigning with First Lady Michelle Obama.
George, you're an idiot.
I want to get this right, man.
And then there's Hillary's vision.
A man is in critical condition following a shooting on Lakeshore Drive on Chicago's near north side. And Illinois State Police are investigating the shooting of a man driving on the Eisenhower Expressway this morning on Chicago's west side near the Costner exit ramp. It was the 42nd shooting on a Chicago expressway this year. And he's already dodged.
The microphone was not supposed to be on. Not that I make that as an excuse for myself, but certainly it was an illegal act that was NBC. It was not supposed to be on.
Do you think it was illegal what they did, putting that tape out?
Oh, absolutely. No, that was a private locker. You know, that was a private dressing room. Yeah, that was.
Are you going to take any action after the election against NBC?
You'll see. You'll see.
Boston 105-99. Blackhawks take on New Jersey tonight. The news a service of Napa Auto Parts. With quality auto parts and more than 90 years of experience, Napa Auto Parts can help you keep just about anything on the road. Stop by your local Napa store. Keep it running longer, stronger with Napa know-how. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have a big decision to make. Thankfully, we live in this great country and get to exercise our right to vote and elect the person we think will be best for our family's futures.
Craig, it sounds like you're asking listeners to vote for us.
Listen, you can't control market unpredictability, but you can choose to ride out the highs and lows with Wealth Management Group at your side.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
When it comes to commercial vehicles, it's time to drill down to the details. If you're not driving the new Sprinter Worker from Mercedes-Benz, your van just isn't cutting it. The Sprinter Worker takes payload up a notch, carrying up to 3,512 pounds. Its cargo volume is cranked up too, with over 300 cubic feet of space. When it comes to safety, it's unmatched, but it's the price that'll really hammer it home. The new Sprinter Worker starts at just $32,495. It also has a service interval of up to 20,000 miles and the highest residual value in its class, according to ALG. Put that in your pipe and weld it. Huge capacity, small price, starting at just $32,495. The all-new Sprinter Worker, starting at only $32,495. Mercedes-Benz, vans born to run.
MSRP for a 2016 Sprinter Worker excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep. Options.
First of all, the 22% increase, let's remember who that applies
I just love CertaPro painters.
Look, once again, there's no sense in which this has to be fixed. The law's working as...
And my son's bedroom.
Once again, I think the press here has been misleading.
And you know,
some
fall is
insurers
right
are
around
leaving.
The corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro Painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro Painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA, or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
8:36. Check of the roads, AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens is nice and clear. 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Inbound Kennedy, stop and go Lawrence to Randolph downtown. It's 35 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 24 minutes from Montrose, 22 in the Express. Outbound 12 minutes to Montrose and 30 to the airport. The Eisenhower, heavy starting at 9th Avenue. An hour and 2 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 43 minutes. Stevenson 50 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. The Ride 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's clear outbound. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Irving Park to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Adams Tollway heavy busy to the Des Plaines Oasis. Veterans Memorial just a bit tight approaching the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds on the increase, windy too, and then more sun this afternoon. High 66. Clouds will again gather during the overnight hours. Low 62, breezy, warm, sun and clouds, 73 tomorrow. 45 right now. Next news coming up at 9, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Dan and Amy. So, Amy, popular late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel did a little man on the street, went out and talked to the kids about the news of the Obamacare premium spikes. You know, your health insurance is going up.
And what does that mean? And really, what is a health care premium, too? This is fascinating. But only in California, though.
Well, I don't know.
Not to be rude, but they're not smart.
I don't want to, paint all millennials with this broad brush, but this is, pretty daunting stuff.
Good news today about Obamacare. Premiums will be increasing by 25%. That's double digits. Are you psyched?
Yeah, sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. Did you think Obama could pull it off?
I think Obama does a pretty good job. I believe in him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, it's all about how the reporter asks the questions because she's excited about it. Healthcare premiums are doubling. What do you think? Isn't this great?
People want to be agreeable rather than think.
And they don't want to say anything bad against Obama.
Yeah.
Thanks to President Obama, premiums will increase by double digits. Isn't that great?
Yes.
Yeah, Obama promised to raise the premiums and he did it. Do you want to thank him or?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
For raising our premiums.
For raising our premiums and Obamacare.
Yeah, I hate my money.
Oh, and the best is, how will this affect your parents?
Do you feel like you finally have the high premiums that you deserve?
Yeah, definitely. Or at least my parents do.
Yeah. What are they going to do with all of that extra premium money that they're paying?
I don't know. Buy stuff.
Great. Yeah. And just for the people at home, could you explain real quick what healthcare premiums are and why it's great that they're increasing?
They're just, healthcare stuff that are premium and they're going up because it's better to go higher than to go lower.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I weep for the future.
Did you play number 4?
On that sour note, we're happy to be joined now by C. Stephen Tucker of healthinsurancementors.com, who apparently isn't getting the word out to the kids. I largely hold him responsible for the ignorance we just heard on display on the Kimmel Show. C. Stephen Tucker, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, God help this country and its future. My God. Yeah, we're coming up on the third annual open enrollment period in just a few days, starting November 1st, and it's going to be the worst we have ever experienced here in Illinois and around the country. We are looking now at one carrier, one insurance company left that is operating on the exchanges and offering subsidies, and that's Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. And even with that carrier, you can no longer get access to the teaching hospitals in Chicago if you purchase an individual policy. So no access to Northwestern and all of their wonderful specialists, no access to University of Chicago, and no access to Rush or the Anna and Robert Laurie Children's Hospital, the places you would go if you're really sick.
That is sad.
So why is that happening? Because dim-witted MIT economics professor Jonathan Gruber, there you go, he said this week that it's working as intended, and what you're describing is the creative destruction of the marketplace, invoking a Schumpeterian view of what's happening with Obamacare.
Schumpeterian, I had that for dessert last night. It was spectacular.
You want to put some caramel sauce on it. That's the way to eat it. And so this is just the natural evolution of the marketplace, C. Stephen Tucker, and some insurance carriers will fall by the wayside while others enter.
Yeah. Okay, Johnny. Here's the truth. In 2009, I could have offered my clients 17 more health insurance carriers, including all of their wonderful products, than I can today. Now I can offer them one. That's the truth. The other truth is, if we had seen premium increases rise as they normally would increase before our dear leader's fundamental transformation, we would have seen about a 26% increase over the last 4 years. Instead, on average, we've seen a 116% premium increase. So Mr. Gruber says that no worries, we've got subsidies for that. Don't worry about that. Well, ask Mr. Gruber in about 7 years when those subsidies are going to start winding down, even for those who qualify, because there's a little section that very few people have read. As you know, I'm one of the very few people who have actually read the law. Section 1401 says that once the exchange subsidy spending exceeds 0.504% of GDP, then even those who do get subsidies will start actually feeling premium increases like the rest of us who have to buy off the exchange who don't qualify for these subsidies. So it is a bleak future unless something dramatic is done to either repeal or significantly change the law. I prefer repeal.
So the premiums are sky high. I mean, 43% in Illinois. But what about the deductibles? I've heard some people complain that they have a $6,000 deductible.
Yes. Well, first, let me correct the first misnomer. It is not 43% in Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois asked for a 46% premium increase. CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, who approves rates, authorized a 59% increase for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, and that's what you're going to be getting if you have a Blue Choice Preferred PPO product.
Just explain that for a second. We would like a 46% increase. I'll tell you what, if you'd like a 46% increase, how much would you like a 59% increase? You'll be ecstatic about that, won't you?
That's right. And Amy's correct. The deductibles now are $6,800 per person. It's not per family. It's per person. Before Obamacare, my clients would share a $5,000 deductible for the whole family. So that is our dear leader's fundamental transformation, and we've achieved it.
This is just more just good news upon good news.
Well, why would anybody sign up for that?
Yeah, why would
That's
anybody?
the thing.
The answer is they won't.
They won't. We're seeing that already. But, of course, Johnny Gruber, he's got that wonderful answer. Let's just raise the IRS fine from 2.5% of your family's income much higher. So let's use the enforcement arm of the regime to make that happen.
Well, are they collecting the fines? I mean, is that actually who's the healthcare police?
Well, as you know, our dear leader does not follow any laws. He writes his own and does whatever he wants. And so the law itself disallowed the IRS from actually trying to seize your assets if you were not going to pay your taxes. All those enforcement privileges the IRS was granted if you didn't pay your taxes were not allowed if you didn't buy health insurance. So they weren't supposed to come after you. They weren't supposed to seize your assets. They weren't supposed to send you threatening letters. But guess what? All over Facebook, you'll find wonderful threatening letters from the IRS to people who do not buy health insurance, including coming after your assets. So he's circumventing his own law again.
But I mean, to Gruber's point about new entrants to the marketplace, if I ask for a 47% premium increase and you give me a 59% premium increase, I mean, C.S. Tucker, I mean, you and me, you want to go into the health insurance business and just get multiples of what we need from Centers for Medicare and Medicaid services?
Isn't it amazing? This is what I talk about when I talk about crony capitalism, right? This is the most beautiful thing. Imagine, Dan, if you and I made the best widget in the world in our garages, and we decided that we have no marketing budget, we have no money to advertise, but some idiot in D.C. says, you have to buy Dan and Steve's widget, right? If you don't buy it, we're going to we're going to come after you with the IRS and fine you. And by the way, we're going to use price controls. So if Dan and Steve say next year we want to raise the increase for our widget, which you have to buy under penalty of law by 59%, we're just going to authorize it because it's actuarially sound. Price controls are no longer working.
And so what you have then, and the reason you're not getting new entrants to the marketplace is because you essentially have you've got a centrally planned sector of the economy, and that inevitably leads to treating preferred providers as monopolists, if not oligopolists, right?
That's correct. And they made a catastrophic mistake when you buy health insurance on the exchange. They added a new special enrollment period where you just have to say, I lost income since last month, so can I get a policy? And so people are just planning on, quote, losing income one day before they go in the hospital for a scheduled surgery.
Now, do you have to say it
authorize it?
Do you have to say it in that voice when you say it?
Yes, exactly. And they authorize it in that voice.
This is fun. Obamacare is fun. It isn't it?
It's just awesome. I want people in Illinois to know, though, on a serious note, you can still get access to the teaching hospital. This, we laugh about this, but there's a serious part of this where I have clients. I have one in particular whose son has brain cancer, and last year he lost access to the Ann and Robert Laurie Children's Hospital because Blue Cross removed the broad PPO, which included access to that hospital, and he was calling me scrambling. Well, now he's losing his coverage with Harkin Health because they're canceling everybody. Coventry, which is the other access to those hospitals, is canceling everybody. But there's still a way for people to get access to those hospitals. They just need to call me. It's just as simple as that.
Okay.
All right. That's right. This is about life and death. Yeah. C. Stephen Tucker, healthinsurancementors.com is the business. C.S. Tucker, thanks for joining us as usual. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, we have movement at Wrigley Field. Ronnie Woo is in line. They're handing out wristbands right now for a lottery system to see if there's any games. Tickets released for tonight's Game 3 of the World Series. And the weather for tonight's game is going to be spectacular. What a beautiful fall evening, 65 degrees at game time. And it's going to be windy, though. Wind gusts of up to 30 miles per hour blowing out of the park, so that should be a good game. And then Saturday, it's going to be great, breezy, warm, sun, clouds, a high in the mid-70s. And then on Sunday, the temperature is going to drop. Not so good. It's going to be cloudy, cooler, a high only of 56 degrees. Let's get those travel times. I'm sure there's a lot of activity around Wrigley Field. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Of course there is, Amy. That bandwagon keeps growing up there. Meanwhile, Sunday you'll have a traffic issue with the hot chocolate run, which always creates a lot of closures downtown. And, of course, don't expect to get anywhere near Wrigley Field in a car the next 3 days. Right now, the Edens is just fine. There's a crash on southbound 41 at Old Elm. Kennedy inbound. Delays start at Montrose. Just 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, though, is an hour and 2 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. 49 minutes from Manheim, outbound 43 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's clear outbound. Northbound Tri-State heavy from the Stevenson to 31st, and a little more at 290. Adams Tollway, slow bussy to the Des Plaines Oasis. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Coin collectors. In 1986, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the American Gold Eagle $50 coin as a mint store of wealth. Today, the Westminster Mint has the 2016 $50 American Gold Eagle coin minted in 1 ounce of pure solid gold for $1,350. This beautiful $50 gold coin is the special 30th anniversary of the series and is certified in perfect mint state 70 condition by PCGS. Coins are graded on a 70-point scale, with 70 being absolute perfection. perfection. These limited edition $50 American Gold Eagles are minted from 1 ounce of pure solid gold and are guaranteed for weight and purity by the U.S. government. If you want the American Eagle $50 gold coin at the absolute lowest price, call the Westminster Mint today at 800-301-3868. 800-301-3868. We also offer fast, insured delivery and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-301-3868.
Here's some great news. Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Taboda & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
You've saved for retirement but aren't sure what to do with your savings. You need to make it work for you and make it last. The Alpha Wealth Group has cutting-edge programs designed to help you identify the challenges surrounding retirement. They'll help you create a clear picture and roadmap for your future, how to maintain your present standard of living and make your money last. So don't wait until you're left without options. Get answers you need in a free report, 5 simple steps to a stress-free retirement. This invaluable report is from Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group here in Chicago. Tom is the host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays at 9 a.m. on AM 560 for the past 8 years, and has been featured in Fortune and on Fox Business. Are you ready to get serious about your retirement? Call the Alpha Wealth Group now for your free report, 5 simple steps to a stress-free retirement, at 800-748-3185. That's 800-748-3185. Or visit alphawealthgroup.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, it's got a big weekend plan. You got, first you got the Amy Jacobson, Colonel Allen West pool party at the the Itasca Westin on Saturday, part of our Freedom Fest.
Yeah, well, I just called the hotel. Pool's still open.
Oh, good.
Indoor pool, and then there's some access to a porch because it's going to be 73 degrees. So while you're having your summit on Fabian socialism,
right? Yeah,
I'll be outside.
Yeah, you're going to be rubbing suntan lotion on Sebastian Gorka. I like it.
A little lower, please. I need some suntan lotion down here.
Now let's talk about foreign policy.
Stop it! But I'm so excited about tonight's game 3, and for those who want to come over to my house, sleep over. Sorry, my house is filled with guests.
Full of the Dutch.
Yes, the people are here from Amsterdam, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, New York, and New Jersey. And also this placard. See this thing right here, Dan?
Yeah.
This is what we all get because we live in Wrigleyville, so that you can have guests over for night games.
Yeah.
Guess how much my greedy neighbors are selling this
That's for the parking pass.
Yeah.
Why they got to be greedy? Well, it's funny.
No, because these are free. We don't pay for this.
All your neighbors are liberal, so I'm sure they're redistributing to people that are less fortunate.
No, they're charging their friends and family members $200 a night for the next 3 nights. So that's $600 that they're making off of this little piece of paper.
Well, so what? You offer a little piece of paper that gives you entrance to the park. They're charging $8, $10, $15 grand. So what's another couple $100 for parking?
But I have a little bit of a moral conundrum, real quick, because I have some tickets to tonight's game. I'm not taking you for face value, a little bit above face value. But
sure.
I think Ronnie Woo Woo is not going to the game. He's in line right now. Apparently, I have friends there that are in line as well. They're handing out wristbands for a lottery system because they always release some tickets day of.
What's the question?
Ronnie Woo Woo is the biggest Cub fan, unofficial mascot of your Chicago Cubs. Has been going to games since 1947. He does not have a ticket. He drove all the way to Cleveland to go to either one of those 2 games. Nothing. Never got in. I think they should let him in see the game. The Cubs organization, stay Ronnie. Come in through this way.
You've got face value tickets.
I know, but Yeah.
Yeah, she said sheepishly.
I don't know if I should give him to the woo.
No.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And in my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call